It was the 2000s in Seoul, South Korea, where inside a large building we see an empty room with a faint light coming out, and the television screen was showing a breaking news that the shareholder meeting to determine the chairman of one of the top 3 conglomerates in the country, named Sam Jeon, has just concluded after 13 hours. And after an intense meeting, the next chairman of the group has been decided as CEO John. We see that the room was booked by none other than John himself, who was looking at himself in the TV, where the announcer reported to everyone that unlike other third-generation chairmen who stepped down due to scandals or pure management, John, on the other hand, was having a clear record. Hearing that, the boy started laughing like someone who had achieved everything in his life, wanting the announcer to praise him even more, because now he was the king of the biggest company in whole Korea. But only he knew about how hard he worked for this moment, because he was making himself the best, not just in literacy, but also in sports, along with studying abroad, while also keeping his stupid siblings in line and cleaning up after his uncle, with taking care of his wife from an arranged marriage arrangement. He had done it all perfectly till now, but the most difficult of them all was to maintain a meticulously crafted public image, which was plausible to the newer generation, making him absolutely perfect for them. And after doing so much, it was only natural that John will become the owner of the company. And as it was a new beginning, the boy took out his expensive phone and decided to clean out all the old filth, including all the underlings who had caused him nothing but problems. But suddenly, John was in shock as he felt his heart pounding and his phone slipped away. He wondered about what was happening, and suddenly his heart started throbbing as he cannot breathe properly. Looking at the picture of his grandfather, he was shocked, while he remembered that even his grandfather, who was the founder of the company, had died from a heart attack, and now same thing was happening to John too. He was not able to comprehend that after doing everything so perfectly, he was so close to reaping all the rewards. But something as pathetic as a heart attack has taken his life away. But just after an instant, John started listening strange and different voices, who were calling out to their son. As the boy opened his eyes, he saw a young couple who was holding a cute baby in their hand while calling him Ryuk. The boy took a moment to understand about what was happening to him, and as he started pinching his own cheeks, he realized that he was inside a few months old crybaby who always peed his pant and sat inside it whenever it wanted. The boy started crying all of a sudden, shocking his parents, and as the scene shifts, we come inside a rundown one-room apartment, where Ryuk was prepared like a pretty boy, wearing a yellow-colored baby bodysuit and a matching pacifier to stop him from crime. Looking at their newborn child, the young couple was almost dying from cuteness, and how adorable the boy was. Ryuk's mother realized that their child was really handsome from the moment he was born, and even most of the celebrity babies were not cuter than him. We come to know that Ryuk's mother and father were only 21 and 23 years old respectively, and they thought that their child was a lucky baby who was going to do some great stuff in his family. At first, Ryuk was really happy listening his appraisal, but then he realized that nothing was great about it, and he wanted to go back to his older self. He immediately threw away his pacifier and started grunting at his father while he cried profusely, realizing that his perfect body that was 183 centimeters tall and 75 kilograms in weight was now gone, along with all his records of lifting 500 kilograms in all the big 3 exercises. Now all that John has left in his new life was a puny body which was nothing in comparison. Even when he was born into a great family with a fit body and perfect specs, becoming the king of the biggest company, he was reduced to this run-down one-room apartment with a young couple who were not so well off, and making their child wear old and second-hand clothes. We come to know that Ryuk's parents were a young orphan couple in their 20s, and they were having no inheritance at all. Ryuk wanted to enjoy his favorite wine, which costed over 4 million won per bottle. But now he had only formula milk, which was of cheap quality. Just then, Ryuk's mom started calling out to the baby, telling him that it was now his feeding time, and even when Ryuk disliked the milk all of a sudden, his baby instincts took over and he started chugging all the milk in one go. We come to know about the first thing inside a baby's body, which was that it cannot resist milk even if it is some cheap formula milk. Ryuk finished the whole bottle and started burping while his mother was happy that her child was eating well and was such a good boy. And looking at his cuteness, his father started kissing him. This disgusted Ryuk more than anything. But he knew that his tiny hands are tied, and he cannot do anything. He was still not over his previous life, collapsing on the best day and becoming a baby, which was clearly absurd. And this was not the major problem, too, because the hardest thing to adapt to was the two people he was living with, who were being overly friendly and affectionate, which was really cringy for him. Because the feeling of parents was so new for John, who did not know anything about love, because his original parents were always running away from him handling the business and giving all responsibilities to the smaller John, also telling him to take care of his siblings, giving him the reasoning that as the eldest, he should at least do that much. Looking at the evil face of his younger sibling, reopened his eyes once again, and started crying profusely, even when he did not want to. But his father thought that maybe he was getting sleepy after eating. This was absurd for the boy who wondered about how he can possibly be asleep. But there comes the second rule of a baby's body, and it was that it cannot resist sleep no matter what. And so, Ryuk decided to worry about everything after he wakes up. Meanwhile, Ryuk's father decided that the mother should also have rest, while he will make some dinner. Even when the lady wanted to help her husband, he denied and told her to just rest along with watching some TV. And for that, the man turned his rundown TV on, where the news started flashing, and the announcer announced that the company's chairman, Justin, had got caught in the Apple Box bribery scandal, and allegations of bribery has been raised against the man following the events, and investigation was conducted at the prosecutor's office, and the chairman appeared in person for helping in the investigation. Hearing this, Ryuk opened his eyes and immediately sat up, wanting to know about what was happening to his previous grandfather. This shocked the mother to the core, while she asked her husband if he saw the boy suddenly waking up. But on the other hand, John was shocked to see his grandfather, who had already passed away, to be alive and well. Listening to the lady screaming, Ryuk's father also came into the living room, looking at him who was watching TV as the news was still flashing that his grandfather was doing a conference, and this was so shocking for the boy that he kept crawling towards the TV even more and more, and started getting flashbacks of his memory of the year when he turned 10, remembering that his grandfather has ended up in court for bribing some big people with boxes of apples. And those who feared the growing company criticized it as a dirty move that resorted to bribery. But according to John, this was all nonsense, because if money was power, then connections, according to him, were superpowers. And the people who naively think that they can become rich by saving money are just fools, which included his new parents, who were having the thinking of only poor couples. But this was not in their mind at all, and they were just happy by the fact that their Ryuk had started crawling all of a sudden. The child started remembering that the day his grandfather appeared before prosecutors. He had the young John, who was just a 10-year-old and was pushing his wheelchair. It was all a staged act to evoke public sympathy. But for John, it was like a debut, because it was the day that he showed the world that he would be the next in line of handling the multi-billionaire company. But now, instead of John, it was his greedy younger sibling who was wheeling the wheelchair, and due to John becoming Ryuk, he was never born in that rich family, and instead of him, his younger sibling went abroad claiming to study. In his previous life, the young brother was just stupid and indulged himself with girls and money. But now he was having the same position, as John himself realized that becoming a baby wasn't even the main problem anymore, and the bigger thing was that he had come to the past, resulting in him going to lose his destiny, his position, and everything else along with it. And knowing that was hurting the most, and Ryuk started crying like crazy. As the scene shifts, it was the night and Ryuk's mom called out to him, telling him that she had brought some apple juice for her child, but Ryuk slapped the hand of the lady away, while muttering to not interfere, looking at the TV continuously. But as he was unable to speak, the lady did not understand about what was happening. She wondered if she was raising her child wrong, and just at that moment Ryuk's father came in, telling his wife that his boss has gave him some leftover meat, and they were having a party today. We come to know that the man was a chef at a pork hawk restaurant, so getting some leftover food was common for him. But the lady was not at all happy, pointing towards Ryuk and telling the man that the baby was still watching TV, while his whole face was becoming pale due to not sleeping properly, and instead of watching cartoons or anime, he was only watching news, which was a weird behavior for his age. And even when Ryuk's mother tried to turn the TV off or change the channel, the baby started crying. At first, the man thought that he can handle his son pretty well and started acting all goofy around him, telling Ryuk that he should stop watching TV and they should play together. But the boy grabbed the adult's hand and started glaring at him ferociously, as if trying to tell him to get out of the way. The man realized that he had lost and got near his wife once again, while Ryuk started watching the TV, thinking that he did not have time for such nonsense, because he must gather as much useful information as he can about how he can return to his original body and claim whatever was his. But now, the man was getting angry at his son, telling him that it was enough, and as he had not eaten all day, he needed to rest. The lady grabbed her child and started calming him down, while he was crying profusely, wanting to know about how things were unfolding. After all the effort that he had put in to secure his position as the new hire of the company, he was going to lose everything to someone like his younger sibling, and he wanted to return to his rightful place. But not knowing the reason for the crying of the small child, his mother just started patting him on the back, trying to make him fall asleep, telling him that she will turn on the TV tomorrow and he can watch all he wanted. All of a sudden, sleep filled the baby's mind, while he wondered about why he was getting dumber and his emotions were all over the place, as he was not able to think even for a whole sentence. But still, whenever the woman in front of him pats him on the back, he felt relaxed and unknowingly falls asleep. We see that now. Ryuk was sleeping like a cute child, and both the parents were now worried for him, wondering about why this strange behavior was suddenly occurring in their child, and his mother was really afraid, because Ryuk was almost 1 year old and he still hasn't said his first words. He was always fixated on the news, and the lady was anxious that she might be raising her child wrongly, and this showed that she was an arrogant mother. Ryuk's father realized about how stressed the lady was, hugging her along with the baby, telling her that she was doing everything like a professional, and even if she does some kind of mistake, the love of her for their child was genuine, and there was nothing wrong with it. The man knew that Ryuk was going to grow up really well and do some great things in life, and for that, they will have to keep believing in him. A few days later, we see that the boy was out of energy, finally realizing that watching TV all day was of no use because he had been watching the news for days, overcoming all sorts of interruptions. And even when he pretended to sleep, he used to watch the news secretly by biting the hands of both his parents for letting him watch it. But still, he hadn't gained anything useful, and the world keeps turning around as if nothing happened. But for him, he was still trapped inside the baby's body, who was so low on energy and always wanted to eat. Meanwhile, his mother was shocked, wondering about why her child was not watching news today, deciding that they should go for a walk together so that he gets some fresh air while she will buy some side dishes in the market. And then they will look at the beautiful flowers on their way back, because the weather was so nice. Even Ryuk started looking all around, being fascinated by the smallest things, even when he knew that he had saw them before. But suddenly, a feminine voice caught his attention, and as he turned around, he saw that his mother and the landlady of their house were talking with each other, while the house owner told the lady that she had some business in the morning, so he was leaving a bit late for buying the vegetables. The house owner was a calm woman with a composed look and really long eyelashes, while Ryuk's mother wished her a good day and kept going on her way. Ryuk was not able to comprehend about how the building owner was such a young woman, but he decided to pay it. No mind as both mother and son started going for shopping. As the scene shifts to an old construction site, Ryuk's mother was happy that they were finally at the marketplace, because the bean sprouts at that place were 101 cheaper, and due to the sale, the lady decided that she will make fresh bean sprouts soup for her husband. All this excitement was making Ryuk annoyed because all he ever got to drink was formula milk. But suddenly, the boy noticed that 2 heavy bars of metal started falling down in the construction site, and before the boy can do anything, they fell down onto her mother, gravely wounding her while she grabbed her baby, trying to save him with all her might. As the dust and debris started clearing, the baby was able to hear his landowner, who wanted the lady to stay with her while she called out an ambulance. But the wounds were so deep that the lady was getting unconscious, only telling her son that she will protect him no matter what. Ryuk was shaking, not able to comprehend about what was happening, wondering if his mom would die even before he gets older. As the scene shifts, we come inside the emergency local hospital where the construction staff and workers were screaming at the nurse that they have got an emergency patient. The worker told the doctor that the lady has injured her head after being hit by falling materials at a construction site, and the staff decided to begin the surgery immediately, and looking at the report, the doctor was shocked. We don't get to know what it is, but slowly and surely. After some time, the lady opened her eyes, looking around her and realizing that her husband was in front of her. The man was so worried that he immediately grabbed the lady, asking her if she was feeling all right. But Ryuk's mom did not care about anything else but her baby, wondering about where he was. The man was a bit surprised that the lady did not care about him at all, telling her that Ryuk was right there near her blanket, crying profusely for his mother. The man thanked his wife for protecting their child, and due to her, he was safe and sound, but he was really scared since he saw his mom getting hurt. The lady immediately grabbed Ryuk, telling him that there was nothing to worry, but she knew that the baby must have been scared, thinking that his mom is gravely injured. She grabbed the boy near her and looked at him with affection, getting happy that nothing happened to him at all, after having a good look at his mom. Ryuk started crying again, hugging the lady and not letting her go. Deep inside, Ryuk was really scared because the lady did not even care about her own life, and saved the child even when she can really die. But both the parents smiled at their child, realizing that they should let him cry his heart out. But suddenly, the lady looked around her and saw that she was in a private room, and it was a rather expensive one. Hearing that, the man started blushing, but he tried to hide it, even when the lady knew that her condition was not that serious. She was told by her husband that she absolutely needed to rest because there were times when they have to be extra careful. Just then, the shocking news was revealed that Ryuk's mother was pregnant once again, and she was carrying Ryuk's younger sibling. Getting this news, the lady was happy and shocked at the same time, but the man told her to just recover and be comfortable for a week. He got close to her wife, kissing her forehead and telling goodbye. But their cute moment was interrupted by the nurse who told the man that his visiting hours were almost over. Ryuk's father immediately got away from his wife, telling the nurse that he will be out in a jiffy. He promised the lady that he will come back tomorrow and grabbed their son away from his mom, even when he did not want to go, because he wanted the lady to get plenty of rest without any disturbance. As the scene shifts, we see that both father and son were going to their home. But even when there was a bus which commutes near their house, the man did not have enough money to pay for the ticket. So even when his shoes were completely torn, he decided to walk instead. Ryuk realized that his new father was not having enough money to get home, and they were going to get a sibling in this situation. But he was a dad who works hard every day to support his family and did not hesitate in working overtime. And this time, Ryuk even had a mom who would risk her life for him, not caring about herself at all. Realizing that, Ryuk decided to do something shocking and started calling out to the man as dad. Hearing the first words of his child, the man was head over heels, while Ryuk decided to shift his attention to his new parents because they were his family now. And whatever happened before was not going to affect him from then on. The scene shifts to 1 week later, where the whole family was having a feast because it was Ryuk's birthday, along with the celebration of his mom's safe discharge from the hospital. We see that the boy, who was 1 year old now and was wearing a cute kimono and posing like some kind of an emperor, making both his parents blush, while Ryuk's mother complimented him, telling her husband that they have indeed produced an adorable child who was capable of rivaling even the celebrity babies. He was looking so flawless that it was perfect like a little jewel. But all those affectionate remarks were not working for Ryuk, who was continuously getting flashed from his parents' cameras. He started screaming in his baby voice, not able to believe that they were doing a party, because he knew that his parents have struggled to pay hospital bills and even saved on their bus fare, and still they did not have enough money and were barely scraping by. Yet both of them decided to throw a first birthday party for a child, which was not even going to be remembered by him. Ryuk knew that if this was his past life, then he would definitely have scolded them like that. But now he really understood that this was something that cannot be measured by money because Ryuk's new parents were showing him love, and this kind of love was even worth risking their life for. Even when they don't have enough money, they were happy and were doing everything for their child, which was really moving for Ryuk. As his mother called out to her son, he was immediately ready to take a picture together. And during the past week, while his mom was in the hospital, he had made a decision to take action and improve his new parents' life, because realistically, his parents won't be able to escape poverty easily. And just by looking at them, Ryuk knew that they know nothing about investments or future planning. They did not even have extra savings and were just struggling to get by. And in the future, Ryuk was sure that a major economic crisis will hit because he had come from the future himself. And if things go the way he remembered, then it was inevitable. So, he will have to do something before that. But suddenly the doorbell rang and the baby was shocked by the shrilling noise. The lady wondered about who it was, and from the other side of the door, the same calm and feminine voice told her that she was their landlady Kim. Ryuk's mother immediately opened the door and congratulated her for getting discharged, while giving her a proposal, asking her if she had ever thought about letting Ryuk become a child actor. And the turning point which Ryuk wanted was finally there after a few days. His mom was looking at the pamphlet of Child Actor Open Audition, which signified that they were looking for the next generation child star. The lady was finally at the audition venue, and according to Ryuk, it was decent enough. But to his surprise, his mom was really shaking to the core, wondering if she did make a mistake to come at the place. But Ryuk was really getting angry at her, because this was a golden opportunity for him. The lady calmed down, deciding to just go in, and we get the flashback of a few days ago, when the landlady came and asked her if she would let Ryuk become a child actor, as the landlady's company recently took on a big corporation's TV commercial, and they are holding auditions for an important child role. Kim knew that Ryuk was adorable along with being talented, so she wanted his parents to show initiative and let him do the auditions. The scene shifts back to the present, where Ryuk was smiling devilishly, and the lady wondered about what devil thoughts the boy was having while she started going through the elevator. We come to know that the adult mind of John was speaking instead of the baby Ryuk, as he thought that some people were just meant to succeed no matter what. He realized that this was his chance to make money while he was laughing hysterically, knowing that his family was going to be rich once again. In his previous life, John was surrounded by cameras ever since he was a little boy, and doing makeup and camera work was just basic stuff for him. He even knew that his left profile looked better on screen, and that is why people used to call him a legendary individual who could easily be an actor, but still decided to be a CEO. He knew that he will breeze through the audition and sweep up all the prize money and guarantees. Meanwhile, the lady was still looking at her son, wondering about why he was making some distorted faces. Ryuk was sure that he will win the money and reinvest, but his train of thoughts was suddenly stopped by the voice of an elderly lady who asked Ryuk's mother if she was not going to get on the lift as the door was already open. The lady calmed down, telling the elderly that she should go ahead first. We come to know that the elderly lady was just a caretaker for the baby of an arrogant female who was in a hurry, and this audition was just in her way, but she still cannot stop being greedy and decided to use her child for fame. On the other hand, Ryuk was really getting annoyed by the female, making angry faces while the female's kid was just acting like a normal child, being fascinated by someone of his age. Ryuk's mother thought that the old lady was the baby's mother instead, telling her that her baby was so pretty, but the old lady told her that the newborn was her young master. But suddenly, the arrogant female wanted Ryuk's mother to not talk to her so casually, because she thought that as Ryuk's mother was also in for the audition, she was trying to scout out the competition and know their weaknesses. Even before the mother could speak, the lady taunted her, telling her that no matter how hard she tried, the female's son was going to win, and this hurt the ego of Ryuk, who was a natural camera person since his previous life. Ryuk started making a fierce face, and the female was completely intimidated, wondering about what was wrong with him. On the other hand, Ryuk was sure that the arrogant female was just looking down on him, and as she was wrapped in luxury brands, she thought that she can buy everything just because she was rich. According to Ryuk, the arrogant female was a typical rich family madame. Suddenly, Ryuk became Sang Jin-woo, deciding to defeat the arrogant female no matter what. As the scene shifts, we come to the place where the audition was held, and the announcer called out to child number 8 for shooting her side profile. A calm lady called out to the girl, telling her to look at the camera, and she peeked at the camera with curiosity as they recorded her for inspection. Meanwhile, Ryuk's mother was looking at everything, thinking that it was not looking easy at all. But on the other hand, Ryuk knew that what they were doing was just a simple camera test, checking out if the child was looking good on screen, or if they can even handle the continuous recording along with doing some basing acting when they are told to. But with the hot lights and unfamiliar space, it was really getting tough for the babies to handle the situation. Ryuk's thoughts were suddenly interrupted as the announcer called out to child number 10, who was none other than Lee, the child of the arrogant female he had encountered. Even when the announcer knew the arrogant lady and greeted her with respect, as soon as Lee got to the audition spot, he started crying, not able to handle the lights. The announcer told the lady that it was hard to continue like this, but the lady was so arrogant that she was not ready to move, telling her that her child was going to stop crying soon and they should wait for it. Even when the announcer, who was also the assistant director, told her that there were other kids waiting behind the arrogant one, she thought that she was the only one in the whole world who deserved attention, telling everyone to wait for her child to stop crying. But suddenly, a masculine voice came and rang through everyone's ear, calling out to child number 12, who was none other than Ryuk. The arrogant female turned around, wondering about who did it. But as he was the director of the shoot, she was unable to say anything to him while he told the assistant director to escort the rich female and her child outside and calm them down, because the audition will have to proceed no matter what. The arrogant female started making faces, but she knew that she cannot do anything. The director wondered if Ryuk was not present at the scene, but just then, his mom screamed that they were there, and she immediately dropped Ryuk down onto the audition spot. The announcer told him to begin the audition, and his mother was really mesmerized by the thought of Ryuk being in front of the camera. But the arrogant lady was not ready to give up, telling her to move aside because she wanted to see. Knowing that this was the perfect opportunity, Ryuk wanted the lady to keep her eyes open and witness her own defeat, when he shows her exactly why he will succeed and her child Lee won't. Ryuk started acting and smiled so cutely that even the male director was mesmerized by the profound cuteness, calling out to the support staff and telling them to get his high-quality camera instead. He started calling out to Ryuk instead of the assistant director, telling him to give the camera a side-angle shot and do something cute. Ryuk was nailing everything with his cuteness, and even with a prop, he was doing great like a seasoned actor. The director did not even have a second thought, announcing in front of everyone that Ryuk was a genius prodigy who was going to act no matter what. The director wanted the casting process to start immediately, and this was unbelievable for Ryuk's mother, because even when she knew that he was adorable, she was thinking that they were not going to get the role so easily. The director stepped in, introducing himself to Ryuk's mother as Junha, telling her that she had an incredibly talented son, and they should proceed with the contract right away, asking the lady if she had some special contract terms in mind. At first, not able to believe at anything, the lady asked the director once again if Ryuk was really having talent or if he was joking because this was also new for her. The director realized that for someone with no filming background at all, it must have been really overwhelming. The director calmed down, apologizing to the lady and telling her that her child was overflowing with talent, and Ryuk was not just natural in front of his camera, but he was also reacting to every direction given by Junha. It was as if Ryuk was understanding every word that the director was saying, but we all know, along with Ryuk himself, that it was indeed true. The director was really looking forward to working with Ryuk on so many projects. But suddenly, a tantrum was started by the rich female who asked the director about what he was doing. She immediately throws off an expensive piece of equipment while screaming at the director, telling him that the final audition hasn't even taken place yet, and acting like the winner has already been decided before it's over was not fair at all. Ryuk's mother was not ready to take on so much tantrums, while the lady refused to accept anyone but Lee as the winner. But the director also knew that this was not right and decided to shoot the final audition round anyway, with only 2 contestants. As the scene shifts, both the arrogant female and Ryuk's mother were outside the audition room, while the lady was not able to believe that her son had made it to the finals. Even when there were so many beautiful and smart kids, but her son had still looked the best, as the tension wore off the lady. He suddenly felt the urge to go to the washroom, and the nanny noticed that, asking her if she was okay. As the lady told her condition, the nanny agreed to take care of Ryuk while his mother can go and relieve herself. Ryuk's mother took on the offer, and both the babies were with nanny, and the more she looked at Ryuk, the more charming she thought that the kid was. But this was heard by the arrogant female, who was not ready to hear a single compliment about Ryuk, immediately scolding the nanny that she was comparing Lee with a complete nobody, asking the old lady in a rude voice if she wanted to lose her job, telling her that if she was finding Ryuk so pretty, then she should go and raise him instead of Lee. Even when the old lady told her again and again that it was just a mistake, she was not ready to listen, and Ryuk was not happy with the tone of the lady, wanting to slap her right now if he had the strength to do so. Meanwhile, the assistant director came out of the room, and the lady got even angrier after looking at her, telling her that as Ryuk's mother was not present at the scene, she can speak freely. But Ryuk was able to understand each and every word, and came to know that Lee had entered the audition just to have a fun experience, and it was unfair for him to compete against some random kid, because Lee was already set to win for the commercial. This shocked the child as he realized that it was a typical case of corruption, where the model was already chosen in advance, and the audition was just for sure to make everyone think that it was done fairly. The rich female wanted to give her child a grand debut, using the other kids as mere extras while showing dreams to their parents. It was nothing but a rigged scam all over. As the lady was speaking about everything in open, the assistant director wanted her to hold back, because if the director catches on, it will really be troublesome. But the lady was not ready to stop, telling the assistant director that the man does not know who her family was, and as this was all decided by the higher-ups already, a mere director cannot do anything. But the assistant director knew that the director had won many awards abroad, and even the higher-ups cannot overrule him completely, and for a seamless operation, they will have to keep this from the director as much as they can. Suddenly, a question shocked Ryak to the core as the assistant director asked the arrogant lady if she had prepared for the final audition, and the lady told her that they have even hired a private tutor for practice. This much was intolerable for Ryuk, as he was angry by the mere audacity of the rich lady. The assistant director thought that the kid in front of Lee was no match for him when he had been training, and they started having a practice session by saying the exact lines that the child will have to say inside. As the session continued, Ryuk started smiling devilishly, because now he knew what he will have to say. As the scene shifts to the audition room once again, the director announced that they were going to begin the final audition, and the baby who can naturally pronounce the given lines and act accordingly will be the finer winner. Ryuk's mother was having her hopes up, leaving everything to her baby, and Ryuk just showed her a thumbs up, signifying that she did not need to worry at all. As the filming started, the assistant director called out to the babies to look in a particular direction, because how well they respond to filming directions will count towards their score. In times like this, they will have to position themselves well for the camera. Ryak knew about everything and walked straight towards the camera and the director, while Lee was unable to do anything and started going towards his mother instead. The arrogant lady started screaming at him, telling him to go towards the camera, but the child was crying by his rude mother, and as the director saw it, he decided to put Lee aside and test Ryuk instead, ordering the assistant director to tell them the lines. Still, the lady thought that unlike Lee, who knew the lines and practiced, the child in front of her knows nothing, and there was no way that he could win. But as she called out to Ryuk, telling him to repeat the word appa, the boy clearly said so, and the director was mesmerized once again. He started repeating the word again and again, and the director was happy, knowing that his guess was right. The arrogant lady was not ready to submit yet, and even when Lee was crying, she wanted him to try too. Just by the holding position of the lady, the director knew that she did not even have common sense of how to hold a baby, but he still asked Lee if he can say the word appa, and the boy was crying so much that it was uncontrollable. For the lady, it was a shattering defeat, and she was not ready to believe that even after they had practiced so much, it was the outcome. The director immediately realized something, and as he started catching up, the assistant director wrapped up the audition and told everyone to go back to their home. Ryuk was sure that victory was his to take, but as the result day arrived, both Ryuk's mother and the baby was pale after reading the announcement that the winner of the final audition was none other than Lee. Ryuk's mother realized that something was not right, because Ryuk was the one who clearly did well against the crybaby, who only cried, and he was the one who should have been won. But the assistant director was already full of bribe money, so she was just trying to calm the lady down instead of telling her the actual reason. But suddenly, the arrogant lady came towards Ryuk's mother, telling her that just being cute doesn't make someone a child actor, and aiming for the win with nothing but cuteness was ignorance. The lady was actually happy after deceiving Ryuk's mother, thinking that finally she had shown someone poor her own place. But she was still not ready to stop telling Ryuk that for a lower-class kid, second place was not half bad. The mother was not ready to listen anything about her baby, grabbing his ears and screaming at the arrogant lady. But she was enjoying each and every bit of it, turning around and going away for the shoot. Ryuk's mother was not able to comprehend about how a female can say such awful things for another female's child in front of him. But Ryuk was not dazed at all as he grabbed the shirt of his mother, trying to tell her to stay calm, because this was all going according to his plan. And if his calculations are correct, then soon something great was going to happen. A wide grin appeared on Ryuk's face as he heard multiple footsteps and the familiar muscular voice, which stopped his mother from going anywhere. It was none other than the director who wanted to have a talk with the lady. We come to a flashback where we are told that as Ryuk knew that Lee was already decided as the winner, he drastically revised his strategy because this kind of corruption was seen by him once or twice in his past life. He knew that there is no beating money when it comes to getting positions, and there's no need to get involved in a fight which they cannot win. So as a businessman, Ryuk thought that he should aim higher and build connections instead of earning money in the short duration. And this plan was the result of that strategy, as the director started panting and stopped Ryuk's mother to have a talk with her. The man was shocked by the fact that the audition was rigged by the higher-ups, and he started patting the head of the baby, telling him that he had made the child see something unsightly, even when it was unintentional. But Ryuk was getting tired of the small talk, wanting the director to come straight to the point. Finally, the director offered Ryuk to come to the commercial shoot in a week, and this is what the baby had been waiting for, because he did not want some one-time commercial model gig, but a steady flow of income. We come to a flow chart inside the baby's mind, which started with captivating the director and then constantly getting child actor jobs out of him to become a child star, which also resulted in him becoming rich. The important thing in the whole plan was to secure a steady and reliable source of income, and even if the arrogant lady had got away with the lousy commercial, Ryuk was the one sitting onto the director's back and was going to ultimately earn a lot more money from constant gigs. And with that money, Ryuk decided to feed his household and his family. The scene comes back to the present where Ryuk's mom wanted to know about why she needed to come to the commercial shoot, when she was actually not the winner, and the director explained that they always prepared 1 or 2 backup models for baby commercials because they are really moody and cannot perform when they do not want to. And honestly speaking, the director was not very confident about the winners because all the child did was to cry again and again. Suddenly, the director bowed down in front of the lady, begging her to help him just once so that he does not lose this project. But the mother was only worried of her child, wondering if it was all right for him. But Ryuk was all about money and he can do anything for it, and he started showing thumbs-up science with multiple dollars coming inside his eyes. The director started laughing once again, really thinking that Ryuk must have been somehow able to understand everything. If all child actors were like Ryuk, then his job would be much easier. Finally, the director wanted the contact information of their household so that he can contact them in case of any emergency, along with giving the lady his business card. After a week, we come to the commercial shoot location where the set was fully prepared, and Ryuk's mother, along with the baby, was finally present there. She was not able to believe that there was a place like this in the forest, and the assistant director came running towards her, calling both of them out. But Ryuk was not so friendly with her because he already knew that she was completely corrupt. Even the assistant director realized that something was not good and started going away from the child. She was there to show the lady her waiting room because her child was a backup model. And as the lady was going towards the room, Ryuk kept looking everywhere and finally saw something shocking. It was their company's 3rd generation of washing machine, the spin cycle model, which was a huge hit with its innovative spin cycle system and also won the Appliance of the Year. Thanks to that, the electronic company's stock price went up, and John's grandfather was really happy. And after connecting all the dots, Ryuk finally realized that the commercial was happening for the same machine. But suddenly, his train of thoughts was completely disrupted by the angry noises of the arrogant lady, who wanted to know about why a poor brat was present there. This arrogance makes me feel like punching on her face. But anyways, the arrogant lady wanted to know about why the rejects were present there. But this time, Ryuk's mother was not silent, telling the lady that the director had directly asked them to come as backup models, so she should stop with the nasty talk in front of the children. The assistant director was sweating profusely while explaining to the lady that it is only a procedure if the main actor was not feeling well or if they needed a substitute. The lady was not able to believe in anything, telling the assistant director that Lee was not needing anything like a substitute because the commercial is not that hard, and he was in a top condition. But everyone, including you guys, already know about what the top condition for the child means. Ryuk also realized that this was not the condition at all. But the lady was so arrogant that she immediately told Ryuk's mother to disappear, telling her that she was not needed. But suddenly, another cute feminine voice came from behind the arrogant screaming one, wondering about why it was so noisy there. We come to know that this lady was the lead actress named Lim, and the assistant director was a bit shocked by the sudden entry. But the lady only wanted to know if those two were the babies she was going to shoot with today. The assistant director introduced her with Ryuk, who came as a backup model along with Lee, who was the audition winner. Lim wanted to befriend the cute babies, so she tried to grab the head of Lee, but he immediately rejected while crying, which really pissed the actress off, and she started going away, telling the lady that it was not good that the winner was not interested in her. Now it was the turn of our boy Ryuk, and Lim was mesmerized by the charm of the boy who was constantly smiling and waving towards the actress. And on the other hand, Ryuk was doing everything possible so that he can make some new connections and use it for his advantage. The boy grabbed the hands of the actress as she patted him, and she was shocked, telling Ryuk's mother that she had never seen such a friendly baby before. The mother was also smiling, telling Lim that their Ryuk was quite an affectionate child. Lim turns towards the assistant director, telling her that she was finding Ryuk way cuter, so they should shoot the advertisement with him instead. But as soon as it happened, the arrogant lady snapped. She grabbed the hand of the actress, asking her in a harsh tone about what kind of nonsense was that the actress was also not as cute as she was pretending to be, immediately freeing her hand and asking the lady about who the hell she was to think that she can touch the actress so casually. Meanwhile, the fight between two angry females was greatly enjoyed by both Ryuk's mother and him. As the scene shifts, we see that a man came behind the arrogant lady, asking her about what the commotion was and why they were ruining the atmosphere. As the lady turned around, she was completely stunned, but Lim was really happy after looking at the man, calling him as vice chairman, wondering about what brings him there. But the man told the actress that there was no way that he will not come when they are shooting a commercial for their new product. On the other hand, we see that Ryuk was having imminent horror present on his face, while he had a good look at the man, realizing that he was none other than his father from his previous life named Hyung, who was also the vice chairman of the company. Ryuk started remembering that his previous father was not quite giant as his grandfather, but still, he was a capable vice chairman in his own right, and he led the company's restructuring and organizational improvement during the crisis. He was also called a future-oriented executive for his generous investments in specialized fields, also being published in many magazines as the future executive. He was a capable and successful vice chairman through and through, but as a man, husband, and father, he was the worst. As he had infinite money to spend, he had numerous mistresses, but when John was 10, he was introduced with a special one in particular. And this mistress was the 9th one that his father had. She was none other than actress Lim itself. We come to the present where Lim turned to the vice chairman, telling him that the two were the kids they were filming with, but she liked Ryuk way more because he was looking like a smart boy. Hearing that, the chairman started coming towards the boy, saying hello in a fake smiling manner. But before he can get any closer, the chairman's subordinate called out to him, telling him that it was about time for him to head in. Realizing that he had other matters to attend to, he decided to go, even when the advertisement was important. But still, the man turned around, looking at the arrogant lady and telling her that he was counting on her for the shoot, and this made the lady shiver down to her spine, while even she bowed down, promising to the man that she will work hard. Ryuk was really fascinated because even when the lady was really rich, It was hard for her to defy the vice chairman too because of his status and figure, which was feared by all the competitors. Ryuk knew that his previous father was sometimes a playboy hanging out with multiple women, but when it mattered, he was a charismatic corporate leader, and there is no denying that. The man patted Ryuk on his head and told him to perform well while he turned around and started going away. Even when Ryuk had missed his father somewhat, he knew that he was going to live a different life than the one in his previous life, and now he had a real family instead of a fake one, which he really wanted to protect from his heart. And someday, he was sure that he will create a company greater than the one owned by his father and grandfather, and then they will meet again as competitors. After this conversation was finished, the assistant director called out to everyone, telling them that they are starting the shoot, and the director will be there soon. She wanted everyone to get ready and the child actors to stand by, while both the nanny of Lee and Ryuk's mother stood in line. Finally, the baby was ready, dismissing all the thoughts of his past and deciding to focus on what was important right now. Ryuk began transforming into Sung Jin-woo once again, getting ready to decimate his competition, and as the scene shifts, the director started explaining the concept of the commercial, telling both the actress and the child that in a picturesque forest cabin, a mother and her baby will do laundry, and whenever the mother washes Dad's sweat-stained white shirt, it was really smelly and dirty, even after multiple leanings. So the lady tried the new spin cycle washing machine, and the baby cutely hugs her while smelling his father's fresh shirt, and calling out to him immediately after that. A final commercial ending scene was there with both the actress and the child, who were happy by the product. Listening to everything, Ryuk remembered that in his past life, the commercial was a huge hit, and it won the year's advertising award for its excellent planning, and the child actor starring in it shot to stardom, also becoming the child actor of the year. So that means that the commercial should be his instead of some arrogant rich family's brat. As the scene shifts, we see that Lim was really annoyed by the baby, who was continuously crying and not even saying a single word. She started screaming at his mother, asking her about what was wrong with Lee because he keeps hitting people when they get close. Even Ryuk's mother wondered about why the child was suddenly acting like that when he was always so gentle. Hearing that, Ryuk started smiling devilishly while telling everyone hearing to this story that it was all going according to his genius plan. In the last scene, when they were both standing together, he gave a brilliant tip to the kid who was suffering under his mother's pressure. Ryuk told Lee that if he resists with all his might whenever Lim approaches, then he will be able to go home early. At first, even Ryuk was not able to believe that he was able to communicate with a baby so easily. But then, he guessed that maybe it was so, because he was a baby too, and somehow he managed to communicate with another one. After all the tantrums were getting out of hand, the director immediately announced that they are going to shoot with the backup actor instead. But this was not acceptable by the rich lady, who kept on bringing the topic that her child has won the audition. The director was now really getting angry, telling her that they have been struck for an hour now, and the kid would not listen to them no matter what, smacking the actress's face, which was annoying her too. And if the lady will get any kind of injury, then they will have to postpone the advertisement, which they don't want to and cannot afford to. Hearing that, she started playing the rich girl card, taking out her boxy-looking phone and starting to call out to someone with high connections, telling the director that their company's chairman adores his grandchild and he was able to do anything for him. She started screaming that she was going to call all the higher-ups and have them all replaced, as they will not get any job in the future. The lady's temper was really getting out of hand, while she must have been annoying you all too. But now comes a really satisfying scene which will cleanse your soul. Lim came near the lady, angrily and continuously slapping her multiple times and showing her the place she belongs to. The director, along with Ryuk and his mother, was shocked by this sudden development, while Lim was looking at the arrogant lady with a serious gaze. She told her with a sarcastic smile that she really hates it when people who are not even stars or important at all disrupt the set like this. Even Lim knew that the arrogant lady was just full of herself as someone's wife who was rich, but she should just take her kid and go home if she does not want any more humiliation from the actress. After saying these things, the actress was back to her usual self once again, while Ryuk was really getting happy because the arrogant lady got multiple slaps, which he wanted to give her too. The actress turned towards the director, telling him to start once again, and this time they are going to shoot with none other than Ryuk, who should be the original winner. The director immediately listened to the actress, telling Ryuk and the others to be on standby once again, and the arrogant lady was completely defeated, not able to believe that the actress has pushed her child away and let the kid of a nobody film with her instead. She was completely unhanged, asking everyone about what a low-class child like the one Ryuk was can possibly do. Ryuk's mother was not able to take these many offensive comments, grabbing the child near her chest and telling him to not listen to them at all. According to the arrogant lady, it was obvious that the shoot would be a total disaster, but Ryuk was really getting annoyed by everything. He knew that the camera and its red light was one of the things that haunted him to death in his past life, and all the reporters wanted him to look at their cameras too and say a few words to their shareholders. But to Ryuk, maintaining a confident performance in front of the camera was one of his greatest weapons, so he knew exactly what to do in front of the way smaller cameras, which are present there for shooting the advertisement. Finally, the shoot began, and we see that Lim was reciting her lines, thanking the spin cycle washing machine by which her husband's dirty shirt was now sparkling clean. She asked Ryuk about how the clothing was, and if it was fresh and fluffy. The boy grabbed the clothing and cutely said the only word he needed to say, and this mesmerized everyone present on the set, and even the assistant director was falling for the kid she tried to fail. The director ordered the assistant to keep the camera steady and focus on all the other angles of the child, and as they started shooting, the boy did many beautiful poses with his cute face, and the director definitely knew that the advertisement was going to be the best. On the final shot, Ryuk looked straight up at the camera cutely, while blushing a little and realizing that his gaze has locked straight onto the camera. The director knew that Ryuk was really a natural-born actor. Even when the actress lady was still in between the act, she was noticing everything too, wondering about what really was happening, as she had never seen a child actor who was this perfect. The lady started blanking out on the set, and the assistant director called out to her slowly, telling her to say her next lines. She immediately realized that she had a commercial to shoot and started looking at Ryuk once again with a smile, telling everyone in the camera that even her baby loves fresh and clean laundry. They started waving their hands in the air with a happy pose, finally ending the advertisement by telling everyone to trust the spin cycle washing machine for spotless clothes and that they should try it now. The advertisement ended with the smiling face of both the lady and the kid, and the director immediately knew that it was perfect. Everyone was happy with the outcome of the shoot, and it was already evening. But the commotion was still not over, because the lady came back to the set, not able to believe that just because Ryuk was able to act a little cute, they are going to use him as the main commercial model instead of Lee, who was the winner. Now, the director was not even getting affected by all these tantrums, telling the lady that as Lee could not even film properly, this is what they really had to do. But on the other hand, Ryuk and his mother were really getting exhausted by all this screaming and yelling. But suddenly, Lim called out to them, telling them to not mind the arrogant lady at all, because the women can scream all she wants, but it will not change anything, because the kid was not meant for acting at all. And this simple fact was not getting inside the lady's head. Ryuk was really getting happy by these remarks, but the mother was somewhat tired. Lim came closer to the baby, telling him that he was absolutely amazing, and due to him, they have wrapped up filming in just 2 takes. But to their surprise, the arrogant lady was listening to everything, telling them to not make her laugh, because she had spent so much money on this crappy commercial to launch her child. Now she was not really paying attention to who was listening, turning towards the assistant director, telling her to say something and stop the director too, because she had also bribed her with the same money. Now the assistant director was clearly exposed in front of everyone, and the director was finally sure of his suspicions, not able to believe that the assistant director had took a bribe. Now, it was his turn to transform into Sung Jin-woo, while he told the assistant director that they will have to have a little talk after all this commotion was over. The arrogant lady realized that she was only embarrassing herself, and she started threatening everyone, telling them that she will sue all of them, and they should just wait and watch. But to Ryuk, it was nothing but measly jokes that the lady was just saying because she was frustrated by being slapped by someone younger than her, and now it was really getting pathetic. The director came towards the actress and Ryuk's mother, apologizing to them and asking them if it had startled them at all. But the lady just smiled, telling him that he did not have to worry at all. The director started smiling nervously, while thanking Ryuk's mother and the baby for the day, because if it weren't for our boy, he would not have known about what he should do. Ryuk was smiling contently, while telling the director inside his mind that he should be grateful. The director finally announced that they would not be needing any additional filming as everything was perfect. So now, they can really head home, and their payment will be handled properly through the company. Ryuk was finally happy by the mention of money, realizing that his hard work has paid off, and as the boy was happily dancing around his mother's pouch, they decided to head home. He was really excited and wanted to get back to his room and to just collapse on the bed. But Lim was seriously observing everything, thinking about something, and then calling out to Ryuk's mother with a fake smile, asking her if it would be all right for her to give the lady a ride home inside her van. The mother felt no need to reject this offer, and the scene shifts to the road, where they were traveling inside the actress's vanity van, and Ryuk, on the other hand, was continuing to sleep, while Lim was really getting mesmerized by even the sleeping look of our boy. The mother told her that you must have been really tired after acting all day. But she was also getting happy that she was getting a ride in such a fancy vanity van of such a huge actress. But Lim returned the favor, telling the mother that she should be the one thanking her child instead, because today he had done something which was really considered an outstanding job, and thanks to him, the lady was getting to head home early and finally enjoy some free time. Lim had noticed about how Ryuk's eyes followed the camera's red light as if he understood the camera work, and on top of that, he synchronized with the actress and with her timing, whether it was intentional or not. Ryuk always adjusted to her best camera angle because he somehow knew that the lady's right side looked better on screen than the left. Lim realized that Ryuk had grasped the flow of the shoot and delivered the perfect performance to dominate the scene, and in her eyes, the baby was already a full-fledged actor, ready to perform as well as any seasoned one. This was really shocking for Ryuk's mother to digest, but she kept looking at her son, wondering if it was all true. And finally, Lim got back to her real matter, telling the lady that she had a proposal for the boy. Hearing the word proposal made Ryuk wake up as he opened his eyes and saw that the actress was mumbling about something which shocked his mother. And even Ryuk started smiling devilishly, wondering if the lady was really serious. As the scene shifts to a few days later, the landlady came to Ryuk's house, and then gave his parents a whopping $4 million. Even when the original appearance fee was only $3 million, but as the director was really impressed by the innate talent inside the baby, he insisted to the company to add a bit more. Seeing this large amount of money, Ryuk finally started laughing contently, realizing that this was it, and child acting really was the right choice for him, as money would be never a problem, and it would really be the best for him. He never knew about how else he could make this much money as a baby, as $4 million was even enough for startup capital, so if he used this much money to invest in stocks or gold with the knowledge of the future, he would be rich in an instant. Ryuk's dad was really happy, not able to believe that in front of him was 4 billion. He had never even held this much money before and wondered about what he would do with it. But Ryuk's mom was really sad, and the man wondered about what the matter was. She turned towards the landlady, telling her that last night the actress has given her a black card. Ryuk immediately realized that they were talking about the thing which happened the previous day, and it was no wonder that her mom was shocked, because it was the card of Lim's agency, which was named Sung Entertainment. The landlady was shocked, immediately getting up while Ryuk's mother thought that maybe Lim has taken a real liking to her child, so she wants to bring Ryuk into the Sung Entertainment Agency as an exclusive child actor. This shocked everyone present in the room except Ryuk, who already listened to everything. The father was not able to believe that they will be turning their kid into a celebrity at such an early age, and his mother was not even sure, because even when she wanted the best for her child, this was so unexpected. The landlady kept rummaging something inside her brain while promising the lady that she will look into it because she had heard of Sung Entertainment Agency. Kim decided to find out who the CEO is and what kind of treatment their actors get, and listening to that, both Ryuk and his mother were surprised, wondering about why she was really going that far for their family. Kim wanted the lady to not feel uneasy and just relax. She congratulated the family for Ryuk's commercial debut and told them that the ad they shot will be airing for the first time in 2 weeks. As Kim had a lot of work to do, she decided to go away. But as the lady was going to her room, Ryuk's mother stopped her, asking her to wait a moment. Kim wondered if the lady was still feeling uneasy, but the mother straight up came to the question about why she was helping them so much. The mother had realized that Kim was the one who recognized Ryuk's talent and was always stepping up to help them even when she was just their landlady. But Kim was surprisingly calm by this question, telling the child's mother that she just wanted to support them. We come to know that Kim grew up alone and went through a lot of hardships, and finally, she decided to save every bit she could on food and clothes to buy the building. And then, as she decided to rent it, Ryuk's mother and father moved in. A young couple who was working hard together, which was really inspiring for the landlady, so she decided to cheer them on no matter what. In the end, it resulted for Kim to become a bit nosy, but for that, Ryuk's mother should not feel pressured at all. This much information shocked Ryuk's mother to the core, and she suddenly asked the landlady if she can call her a sister. Kim was surprised by the sudden revelation, while the lady started explaining that she would like to call her a sister and wanted her to be like family, because she wanted to do everything she can for someone who had helped her family out, and specially made them financially stable. Kim started smiling at this gesture, realizing that Ryuk's family was a really warm-hearted one, finally giving the mother her permission for treating her as a family member. She started glittering while Kim also decided to call the lady as her sister. As this conversation continued, we see that Ryuk was watching everything through his door, smiling at this wholesome moment. On the other hand, his father wondered about what was going on and why Ryuk was so happy. He had realized that the weather was really nice and everything was finally going as he wanted. The scene shifts to 2 weeks later as the time has passed, and it was the night where we see Ryuk's dad, who was working on the restraint, telling his boss that they have finally closed up for today, as he had ordered. We see that the man's boss was an old man who was grabbing Ryuk contently. The old man was called Park, and he was the owner of the restaurant, along with the one who hired Ryuk's dad. The man started crying, thanking Park again and again for closing the restaurant early, just so they could watch Ryuk's commercial, which was finally coming on TV. But the old man was just happy, telling Ryuk's father that he does not have to mention it because they had a big TV in the shop, which was collecting rust, and it would be good to see such a cute child onto the television. The old man started pulling both the cheeks of the boy, which was really annoying for Ryuk. But he was still putting up with everything, and all the annoying skinship because he did not want the old man to do something bad with his dad. But today, since Ryuk had owed them a favor, he decided to let it all slide, and instead tried to sleep in the hands of the old man. We see that both the parents of Reearning were finally present in the shop, waiting for the commercial to begin. And suddenly, Kim also came inside, asking them if she was not late. Reearning's mother informed his sister that she was not late at all and had just made it in time, because the ad was going to be aired any moment now. For Kim, it was as if she was watching a movie together with her family, and the man called out to everyone, telling them to take a seat immediately, as the advertisement was going to air anytime soon. He started switching all the TV channels to turn up the advertisement, and finally, it began, where we see that both Lim and Reearning were acting together, wondering about what they should do. Both the ladies were mesmerized by looking at the cute little child, and Reearning knew that his acting was flawless, as they kept on promoting the new spin cycle washing machine, which cleared the shirt without any spots. All the scenes which they have practiced together were finally on the television, and the final shot was so gleaming that it blinded everyone present there. The old man Park started clapping immediately, telling the couple that it was amazing and that their child was perfect. Kim also complimented Reearning, telling him that his acting was really incredible. Meanwhile, the landlady also realized that as the team had put a lot of effort into the editing, the advertisement could win the Advertisement Award of the Year if things go well. Reearning was from the future and knew that it was definitely going to happen, but he was amazingly impressed by the good eye that the landlady had got. But suddenly, he was grabbed by his dad, who started rubbing his cheeks, telling him that he was so proud of his son. He wondered about how such a beautiful and wonderful child has ended up in his house. Suddenly, everyone fell silent as the phone started ringing and Old Man Park started going onto the telephone, telling the person on the other side that they were closed for the day. But suddenly, it was as if the old man was having a heart attack, and he started calling out to Ryuk's dad. We come to know that the person on the other side of the phone was none other than the director himself, who came to know from his sources that the whole family had gathered to the shop towards the advertisement today. He told the old man that as something urgent has come up, he need to discuss it with Ryuk's family. The director wondered if it would be possible to speak to them right now. The scene shifts inside the studio, where we see that some people were sitting on the couch, and a fairly handsome teenager was looking at the character with a smile, knowing that something good was going to happen. The scene shifted to the next day, where we see that both the parents of Ryuk had entered a huge building, and the director had thanked them for coming all this way, while Ryuk's father shook the hands of the director while thanking him for inviting them to the studio. The director laughed after looking at the child actor, asking him if he has been doing well, and we see that as Ryuk was finally developing some teeth, he was able to say even more words and calling out to the director. The man was shocked, realizing that Ryuk was finally speaking even more than before, and the mother calmly told the man that Ryuk was right at the age where he was starting to talk a little fluently. She explained that he babbles all day long and was trying to say many weird things to his parents. That director was happy, guessing that finally they can start giving him longer lines, and Ryuk had wanted it from the start, knowing that if he had longer lines, which he spoke fluently, then he would be paid even more. Ryuk was laughing inside his mind maniacally, while thinking that he will be reciting any line like a professional in just some time. The director realized that Ryuk's development was impressive and told both the parents to have a seat. They started having a conversation, and the director explained that he wanted to discuss producing a program with Ryuk as the main star. The program was called Just Baby, and it was a child care variety show, where a famous 5-member idol group lives together with Ryuk, and the idol group which was joining them was. Before the director can even finish his lines, both the parents were shocked by the revelation of the group, while a blonde-haired boy introduced himself as the leader of the Just group named Young. Ryuk's mother started blushing as she looked at the idol, while he told all 3 of them that he was looking forward to working with them all. Finally, Young took out his mask and was radiating a positive energy all around him, with a mesmerizing aura which was making Ryuk's mother fall head over heels for him, because she had been a big fan of the Just group. On the other hand, the dad was not able to understand about what was happening to her, but Young immediately realized that the lady was familiar with their group. Her eyes were gleaming while she told Young that she had seen them many times on television and they really did well, and this compliment made Young blush, who told the lady that they still had a long way to go in many aspects. But they were still working hard to become the nation's top idol group, so they wanted the lady to keep supporting them. Ryuk's mother told Young that as his singing and dancing was flawless, he was definitely going to make it big in the idol scene with his team. But something unexpected was happening on the other side of the room as Ryuk was getting shocked that his dad was getting jealous by the fact that its wife was interested in other men besides him. Ryuk knew that jealousy was really ugly sometimes, and he wanted his dad to be out of it. But the director continued that once the filming began, the parents will get to meet the rest of the members too. And hearing that, the lady was even more excited, wondering about when that time would be. But suddenly she realized that she was not in the office for herself, but for her child too, wondering if doing this show was not putting too much pressure on their son. Ryuk was really moved by this gesture, thinking that he will always remember his mom and won't forget that she chose him instead of her favorite idol. The director was a bit concerned too, but he believed that Ryuk was the key to this show's success. The director knew that Ryuk was already seeming to understand conversations and can empathize, along with clean facial expressions and intense camera focus, which was all natural. So the director was not able to imagine anyone else as the main star in the Just Babies show. He asked the kid about what he thought of doing the show, and Ryuk was already screaming at the director with a happy look, because he knew that he will have to do it, as he remembered from his past that he had seen the show in his past life. It was a unique mix of a baby and an idol group which captivated viewers instantly with his unique concept. Everyone loves cute babies, and there is no denying that, so everyone was cherishing the idols who were struggling with childcare, and people from all ages were happily watching the show, coming to know or to remember their fair share of struggle when they would also need to raise their child, or if they have done so in the past. In the end, the show had become a national sensation and started the childcare variety genre, which was so popular that it gave the creators a lot of money. Ryuk knew that this was the perfect program for his goal of earning endless money while becoming a superstar child actor and amass great wealth in the process. Ryuk was smiling intently while slamming onto the table and calling out to the director again and again, and the director realized that Ryuk was really on board. But on the other hand, his father was really having some concerns, telling the director that if Ryuk keeps appearing on the television, he might grow up differently from normal kids, and the man had wanted Ryuk to grow up as a regular child who was loved by his family instead of becoming a celebrity and earning money for his parents. The director was shocked, not able to understand about what he should do to convince the man, but suddenly it was Young who started speaking, telling the man that he understands about why he was feeling like this. We come to know that Young, who was a child actor himself, and being on the television inevitably meant growing up under the public's watchful eyes. But Young had never had any regrets for doing so, because he had immense talent in broadcasting, and as an idol, he got the environment that let his talent shine and made him go this far in his life. So instead of regretting the decision later on, he wanted the father to trust on his son, and if he ever says that he does not want to do it, then they can gladly withdraw without any problems. The director also started giving some motivation to the man, telling him that he should give a child who knows how to shine a chance, so that he can become a bright star. The man started looking at his son, realizing that he was more beautiful and talented than anyone else of his age, and if his destiny is to rise to the highest and shine the brightest, then he was no one to stop him from doing so. The man finally agreed, and everyone started celebrating, while he shook his hands with the director, telling him to go take good care of his son. The meeting finally concluded, and Young was happy while clapping for his success too. And in this way, the first childcare reality show, Just Baby, was planned. Until the first day of the shoot and meeting, everyone was so busy, signing various contracts and even doing concept shooting so that you can get ready for constant camera observation. And finally, the day which began, everything started. It was the time of the first filming, and we come to a studio where multiple cameras were being set up. The whole group of teenagers was finally in the studio, introducing themselves as the new standard of entertainment. They were introduced on the television one by one. First came the leader of the group, Young, along with the second member, Lucas, the third pinked hair, one named Yoon, and the fourth one being Sion, and last but not the least, it was Michael, who was having a devilish grin on his face. All of them greeted Ryuk's parents, and his mom was mesmerized by the idol group she always kept watching on the television. The whole group greeted them and really wanted to look forward to working with them, and Yoon immediately ran towards the lady, grabbing her hand and asking her if she was the group's fan. The lady was mesmerized, and as you must have guessed, the dad was completely getting blown due to anger, while Ryuk was just smiling, looking at his funny expressions. Suddenly, the director clapped and told everyone that starting on the day, they will be filming in the Just Idol group's dormitory, and the network was having high expectations from the program, so they should keep their focus and do their best for the entertainment industry. The whole crew was happy on the day of the first shoot, and the idol group asked the director for the script. But suddenly it was revealed that there was no script to begin with, and they should just keep it real. But Ryuk, on the other hand, kept on remembering his past life, knowing that Young was another model for his company along with Sion, who was also an exclusive idol who later became an actor. The group was also influenced by the electronic company, and nothing was kept hidden from the vice chairman. Ryuk realized that these idols have also performed at their company's events, and this was really shocking to him because he had never paid attention before. Suddenly, a strange voice came behind the Ryuk, and we see that it was Michael, who asked Ryuk about why he was there on the shoot when he was not even cute. Michael was really an arrogant human who wanted to touch Ryuk with his filthy hands, but the boy did not even like someone touching him, and immediately slapped his hand away, wondering about how Michael would dare to touch him so carelessly. The boy, on the other hand, wondered about what was wrong with the child, and Young immediately stopped him, telling him that he should wash his hands and sanitize it before touching a baby, because it was bad manners to touch a baby with dirty hands like his. Even Ryuk's dad was a bit shocked, asking him if he was all right. But Ryuk remembered Michael from his previous life too, knowing that he was a Korean-American punk who was always a troublemaker, even in his past life. Ryuk decided from then on he will control the program and will craft fitting and believable narratives for each character. And the boy started smiling cutely while the whole ideal group except Michael was mesmerized. But the brat was planning something else, thinking that everyone should just wait and see about what awaits them. After a short break, the director started explaining to everyone that they will have a 3-day pre-shoot session, and after the shoot is done, they will edit the footage and release 3 pilot episodes first. Depending on the audience's reaction, they will move forward with a full series. During the day, the director decided to proceed with regular filming, and at night the crew will step out and they will roll with observation cameras instead, and Ryuk's parents would stay at the nearby hotel for convenience at all times, so that even if a problem arises, they should be able to be contacted easily. The director once again turned towards the parents, telling them that even when leaving Ryuk behind with the director might feel uneasy to them, but they should trust the idol group and the director that they will take care of the baby with the utmost care and caution. Even the whole idol group started smiling, while telling the couple that they should leave everything with them. Finally, it was time for everyone to give with their best shot, and the filming began. The assistant director was present of the scene once again, telling everyone that they will kick things off with the opening scene and narration. Even when the official narration will later be recorded by a professional voice actor, it was still important to reside for the idol group to get a premise. We also come to know that in the heart of the city, 5 young men share a semi-basement they call Just, and the show will give the viewers a glimpse into their vibrant daily lives as they strive to become ultimate idols. But one day, out of the glue, a baby shows up, and now the group does not even know about how they should tackle this situation. As the premise was going on, the whole idol group fell silent, not able to understand about what they should do to keep the shoot running. The assistant director stopped the camera, telling the idols to do something or react to something so that they can shoot the opening scene. But they were waiting for the child to do something which would make them react so that it does not feel awkward. Ryuk realized that the idols were just rookies who were completely clueless about what they should do with a kid. So, he decided to show them some mercy and take the lead instead, making the idols step into an unfamiliar world of taking care of babies. He started crying profusely all of a sudden, and all the idols wondered about what they should do. Young decided to calm things down and grab the boy with the only way he knew. But Yun realized that Young would not be able to take care of the boy, so he took Ryuk into his hands, and the boy stopped crying. Yun was happy by this behavior, thinking that even the little boy thought that he was really handsome. Both Lucas and Young were getting jealous of Young because he was able to stop the child's crying when they cannot, and hearing that, Young just told them that the reason for it was his handsome face. As Ryuk rubbed his eyes once again, he realized that it was just as he had predicted. He knew that these personalities were so distinct and different that it was going to create a great blend. Young was a leader like his dad, who was smart and charismatic, while Yun was the handsome big brother who would do anything for his little sibling. Lucas was like a friend to Ryuk, who feels like his family, and Sion was the introverted silent one who was always silent, but yet showed his care by doing little things for you. It was the perfect setup for some fun, but still, one member of the group was missing, and it was the reckless kid who was named Michael. If it was up to Ryuk to handle something, he will just make Michael the villain of the show. But as the group has got to thrive, he knew that he will have to create a love-hate dynamic, so that the show would be a hit. Yun realized that Ryuk needed a diaper change, and as both of them did not even know about what to do in this situation, Michael jumped in, telling them that he had raised 3 siblings back in his hometown, and he had a lot of experience with changing diapers. Michael grabbed the boy in his hands, but Ryuk was not liking it at all, spraying his golden liquid straight onto Michael's face, making it completely wet. But Ryuk started laughing as it was really refreshing for him, and he wondered if Michael was annoyed by this gesture or not. Ryuk started laughing at the baby mat while Michael was completely drenched in the golden liquid. He was so angry by this behavior that it was almost like he was screaming at Ryuk. Young was somehow able to stop him, telling him that his opponent was just a baby who does not know anything. But on the other hand, the whole crew was laughing by looking at the hilarious scene, and this was the main reason that Ryuk had done everything, making the shoot a total success. Finally, it was the evening and the director decided to take them to take a 2-hour-long break so that they can move to the evening shoot after a bit of rest. The whole idol group was already tired, and Young told the director that it would have been easier for him if he had a script for his team. On the other hand, Ryuk got to his mother and father, smiling and getting ready for his food, as his mother has brought him a lot of bananas. We come to know that Ryuk absolutely loves bananas. Even when back in the day, he would not have given it a second chance. This time, Ryuk absolutely loved them. Suddenly, Young came behind Ryuk's dad, telling him to feel free to speak casually to him, and explaining that Ryuk was a really fascinating child. Even Young had noticed that whenever Ryuk was by their side, he found himself swept up in the movement without even realizing it. And everyone's just being themselves, and scene after scene, they get these tirelessly but endlessly fun, totally natural moments. For Young, it was looking like that Ryuk had known all their roles and plays along perfectly. But for the baby's dad, it was a mere coincidence, because Ryuk was just a baby who was a little smart for his age and the others. For his dad, Ryuk was even more dazzling than he had ever imagined. On the other room, we see that Michael was trying to rub his face out of the golden liquid, really getting annoyed by the fact that he was getting overshadowed by a kid. He was not ready to do babysitting when he should actually be an artist and do some artistic works. But suddenly he saw the assistant director who was finding the fridge. The man asked the lady about what she was doing, and she explained that she wanted to keep the baby food for Ryuk to eat during the night shoot. Michael saw this opportunity and grabbed the bowl over, telling the lady that he was going to whip up something amazing for Ryuk to eat. According to Michael, it was really getting boring and annoying, so he wanted to create a scene that was pure entertainment for everyone. We see that he started taking out a packet of hot chilies from his pants, and things are not looking good for the night. Michael was ready to create a scene which was worthy of entertainment in his eyes. But for Ryuk, this was going to be troublesome because he was going to find some red chili paste into his baby food. As the scene shifts, we see that the assistant director was setting up the observation cameras, and the director was telling everyone that they should leave and let the automatic recording do its thing in the evening. After some time, as the whole basement was completely empty from the crew, the idol group was almost tired, while Sion wondered about how they should act natural when they are told to act natural. And with so many cameras around, it was not even possible. On the other hand, Lucas just wanted to eat some dinner first before doing anything else. But then, the idol group realized that they cannot cook at all. And on the other side, there was Ryuk, who was looking at everyone with a pity, knowing that they were a lost cause in this case. Realizing their situation, Young thought that maybe they should make some ramen. But then he remembered that they will have to feed Ryuk his baby food too. And this is where Michael started acting like a wholesome man, even when he was not, telling the others that he had already took care of the baby food. And even Young was surprised, wondering about what was going on, because Michael had been annoyed by Ryuk this whole time after the golden liquid incident. But now he was there, helping like a philanthropist. Michael just turned around, giving a fake laugh and telling Young to think whatever he likes to. But still, Michael will be the one to feed Ryuk, and the boy realized that something was not right, as something to him was feeling terribly wrong. Michael was still playing his card, telling Ryuk to eat the food because it was his mom who had prepared this, and it is going to be delicious. Even when Ryuk was not able to say anything, he grabbed his spoon and took a bite, but instead of eating, he gave it to Michael instead to eat first. Seeing that, Young was mesmerized, telling Michael to have a taste of the baby food just to keep his heart. But knowing that it was a really bad idea, Michael started resisting. Everyone understood that something was really wrong, and that is why he was not eating. And as a Young saw this negative attitude of Michael, he told the boy again and again to eat the baby food just for once, promising that it does not taste that bad. Even after multiple pleads, when the guy did not agree, Young decided to take matters in his own hand and decided to take the first bite from the kid's hand, and it was then that Michael was completely exposed. Young fell down onto the ground, screaming in pain from his tongue as he was getting the taste of extra hot chili sauce. Yun came running, wondering about what the matter was. And on the other hand, Ryuk realized that Michael must have mixed something inside the baby food. This time, the baby had really become a devil and had an ominous aura around him, determined to punish Michael for messing with his food, sentencing him to death. But before the baby can do anything, Young got up, telling everyone that the food was tasting like hot sauce, and the whole idol group immediately realized that it was Michael and no one else who can do this. Knowing that he is completely exposed, the boy started screaming, telling everyone that he had accidentally mixed in some hot sauce, and as watching baby all day was getting boring, he thought that a little prank like the hot sauce would not be harmful, and added to that, it will make the footage more fun. But Lucas started screaming at Michael, telling him that it was only dumb of him to think that harming a baby's taste buds was entertainment. Yun was really getting red-hot with anger as he grabbed the collar of the boy, asking him about who would take responsibility of Ryuk if he got sick from eating hot sauce. The man was sure that Michael was just some kind of a maniac who wanted to become popular. But now, Ryuk was actually smiling, realizing that the show was indeed getting interesting. But suddenly, Young got to his knees, while saying sorry to the kid, telling him that Michael is a dumb boy who is so immature that he does not know what is wrong and what is right. Even when Michael was being beaten by Yun, he was not ready to give up, telling Young to stop and not say such things because the baby cannot even understand what the adults were saying. But Young was really angry at Michael too, telling him that Ryuk is smart and he understands everything, and even when he does not understand it, Michael should apologize properly for what he was going to do with the baby. Meanwhile, Ryuk was looking at the idol group, realizing that they have indeed got some high potential, and he started smiling with a devilish look on his face. As the scene shifts to 2 weeks later, we come to Ryuk's house, where his parents were getting shocked by the fact that the viewers' rating of the first episode of the reality show has reached 20%, and the episode had aired on that Friday. Kim asked the parents if they had watched the episode too, and the mother immediately spoke up, telling the landlady that they have, of course, enjoyed watching because her kid was in it. But a 20% rating was still an incredible achievement, which was beyond extraordinary, because according to the landlady, even the flagship entertainment shows only get around 15%. They have also been contacted by the director, who informed them that they have been officially scheduled for regular broadcasting due to the insane support. And hearing that, Kim came towards Ryuk, congratulating him for a successful show. This made the boy gleam with happiness, while he was having a confident attitude, because he knew that as he was the one in charge, this level of success was only natural. But still, Ryuk cannot be just satisfied, because his goal was an insane amount of money, success, and fame, which he had got in his previous life as John. But now he wanted it in this life too, along with reaching the top. Ryuk realized that he was a true genius and started laughing maniacally, while Kim realized that her tenants had a really peculiar kid who was unique in many ways. But suddenly, Ryuk's mom told the landlady that someone from the Sing Sung Entertainment Company came to their house for a contract. And as they congratulated the whole family for the entertainment show's success, they also told the lady that the company's CEO wants to meet with them, so they should visit the agency whenever they have time. And now, Ryuk's mother was in a dilemma about what she should do. We come to know that Kim had looked into the Singung Company and found out that it had significant influence in the whole entertainment industry. But there were also a lot of bad rumors about the company and its CEO, even linking him to some shady people. Kim wondered if they should check the offer out, and as the invitation was straight up from the CEO, it was hard to refuse. Finally, the landlady suggested that they should go and hear them out. And if they do not feel right about the offer, they can just firmly refuse and leave. Hearing the name of Singung Company again and again, Ryuk wondered if he had ever heard the name before. And just then he remembered his past life and started shaking his hands in a huge no, trying to tell both the landlady and his mother that they should not deal with Singung Company and his CEO, because according to Ryuk, Shin Sung was not someone who they would sign a contract with. After a few hours, they were inside the company's main office and had finally met with the CEO, who was an old man with expensive-looking rings in each of his fingers. The old man wanted the ladies to have a seat and make themselves comfortable as if they were in their own home, but Kim was as professional as she can be, hanging the CEO for invitation, but still not being too overly friendly. She straight up asked the question from the old man about what he wanted to discuss with them, and the man also came straight to the point, telling them that he had a great opportunity for Ryuk. But before even listening to the offer, the boy was already getting annoyed, knowing that it was not all right at all. The old man told the ladies that he was talking about an exclusive contract with their entertainment company, which was acclaimed the #1 agency in the whole entertainment industry. According to the old man, Ryuk becoming their partner was a great deal, and the contract was 10-year long with really vague details. Kim was not really getting the vibe from the contract, as the old man still kept on explaining that their agency was the contract house of many high-level talents, and they will highly value Ryuk's talent along with excellent contract terms. But as Kim started taking a look at it, she was shocked because the contract had the profit split of 30-70, with the 70% being in favor of the company, and only 30% to be paid to the child actor. Ryuk realized that it was ridiculous, and even the landlady knew that because the company was the only one who was getting all the money for everything Ryuk was earning, and it was practically making the exclusive contract a slave contract instead, and forcing a ruthless contract on a rising rookie was the tactic always done by this old man. On the other hand, he started laughing along with his assistant, thinking that maybe after hearing such a great opportunity, everyone was speechless. But Ryuk knew that it was nothing but exploitation that the old man was doing. He remembered from his past life that Sing Sung had close ties with John's electronic company, and more precisely, with John's father, and Singung Company has also funded all the advertising contracts, which are done by John's father, and in return, they got insane amount of money, along with sending the agency celebrities to all the company's events. But after some time, Sing Sung was thrown in jail for blackmailing and harassing his own artists. But it was in the future, and it was yet to come, as the old man was confidently telling everyone that he had been in the entertainment agency for over 10 years, and he had never seen a child actor as talented as Ryuk. The boy immediately knew that he did not mean a single thing, but the old man continued that if they entrust Ryuk to his company, then he will personally raise him into a great actor. But deep inside, the old man knew that child actors lose popularity once they grow up, and the contract was made of 10 years for that specific purpose, because then they would not be able to get away and become money machines for Singung Company. Ryuk understood that Sing Sung wanted to tie him when he was at his peak and then squeeze out all his ad revenue before discarding him. And as Ryuk was not having any solid backing or power, he was just an easy target. But suddenly, his train of thoughts was stopped when Kim closed the book and apologized to the CEO for declining the contract straight onto his face. Hearing that was a treat for Ryuk, while the man was still wondering about why the contract was being declined. Kim was as bold as a strong and educated women can be, telling the old man that the 30-70 split was absurd and a 10-year contract was not suitable for Ryuk, whose value will only continue to rise. And if the old man would sign him for 10 years, then he will be underpaid for 10 long years. Hearing that, the old man started getting a bit annoyed, wondering about why the lady was quite confident, because he knew that the child actor market was not that big, and compared to adult actors, they barely make money. The baby was really getting angry by the fact that the old man was thinking that Ryuk and his family were just some poor nobodies who got instant fame for some time. He was so shameless that he straight up told Ryuk that as his face changes and he grows, his value could plummet. And hearing this made Ryuk's mother mad, as she started screaming at the CEO to not say such things in front of a kid. But Ryuk had already listened to all and started thinking that the old man was the one who would turn into a toad soon enough and rot in jail, while the boy will become a fine, handsome man who will be getting all the fame and money. As the boy was getting angry, his mother was trying to make him calm down, but this was not working at all. Kim stood up, telling the old man that he had no eye for talent, and as this was the case, they were leaving immediately. But the old man was still smiling, asking the landlady about why she was speaking when she was not even Ryuk's mother, and outsiders should stay out of it. Even before Ryuk's mother can say anything to defend the lady, Kim spoke up, telling him that she was Ryuk's manager, and as a full-time manager, she was allowed to say everything she wanted for the sake of the child. And as she had actually worked at an advertising company, she can say for certain that the contract was unfair and ruthless. As this was the case, they decided to get up and get out of the office without much delay. This made the old man feel his first defeat in a long time, and it was not bearable to him, as he started threatening the ladies, telling them that they will regret this decision because without his company's support, they cannot even step into the entertainment industry. Ryuk was waiting for this moment from a long time, knowing that this was the old man's true colors. But Kim just turned around, telling the arrogant man that they will see the future when it unfolds. As both the ladies got out of the office, we see that the landlady was really getting angry because the old man was threatening a child's mother when she was not even saying anything in return. This defense made Ryuk happy as the landlady asked her if she was all right and if she had been scared from the intimidation. When Ryuk's method disagreed, Kim started explaining that guys like the arrogant man were everywhere in the industry, and there is no reason to sign any contract with such a garbage company. They decided to catch the bus across the street and go to their house. But suddenly, Ryuk's mother stopped the landlady, asking her if she can be Ryuk's manager for real. Even Ryuk was shocked by this sudden revelation, thinking and realizing that it was not a bad decision at all. Because even in business, John had learned that there were many talented people, but there were a really few that they can truly trust. The landlord was having industry knowledge along with the trustworthiness, which she had proven as a fact, and all these qualities made Kim a competent and reliable person, which was best for being Ryuk's manager. But on the other hand, Kim was really hesitant, telling Ryuk's mother that she was not an entertainment industry expert. But as Ryuk was looking at the lady with his gleaming eyes, she was not really able to decline, while Ryuk decided to smile cutely and point a finger at her, telling her to join his team in his broken voice. As his mother saw everything, she was confident even more that Kim should be his manager, and as Ryuk's parents know nothing about the entertainment industry, they wanted someone trustworthy to protect their child and his future. Kim started blushing, telling Ryuk's mother that she might be able to dream of something new after a long time, and finally she declared that she was leaving her job and was going to manage Ryuk full-time instead. For the boy, it was really fantastic, because now they can make a fortune together, and both the ladies started laughing while talking about salaries and stuff. As the scene shifts back to the company's building, the assistant informed the old man's CEO that the woman who was claiming to be Ryuk's manager was named Kim, and she was currently working at an advertisement company and is the landlord of the house where Ryuk and his family were living as tenants. The CEO turned around, telling his assistant that if the family refused to bow to the mighty Sing-Sung, they will need to learn just how brutal the entertainment industry can be. He ordered the assistant to call the reporters, while was smiling with a devilish plan in his mind. The scene shifts back to the basement where the idol group was staying, and Young asked Michael about what he was doing, while we see that both Ryuk and Michael were having a banana-eating competition. Michael was furious, telling Young that he liked bananas too, but the other guys were always giving them all to Ryuk, so he wanted to eat them all, and due to that, Ryuk will not get any. Young tried to stop Ryuk too, asking him about why he was being silly along with Michael, but Ryuk was still having a baby brain, and he was also eating more because he didn't want to give any bananas to his rival. Young snatched all the bananas from them, while Ryuk's face was completely bulged like a squirrel, and both the assistant director and director started laughing, along with all the other members, while they saw Michael and Ryuk screaming and snatching at each other. Young was not able to understand about what he should do to stop them, but it was giving them more viewership, as the audience was finding it cute. A few months have passed, and it was the snowy seasons of winter where the director called out to the idol group, telling them that it was the time for completion of their morning shoot, and they should take a break and enjoy the lunch. We see that Ryuk's mother was expecting another baby really soon, and she called out to her child. The director noticed her coming to the set and wanted to know if it was too hard for her to wait for her child on set. But the mother was happy, telling the director that even when it has been months, she was still finding the shooting fascinating and fun, and looking at everything happening live was another pleasure. But as the director knows about the lady's conditions, he already told her that if it ever gets too much, she should let the team know any time. The lady was really happy and thanked the director. He asked her about her due date. The lady informed the director that it was going to happen soon, maybe in late December or January, realizing that the director was happy, and told the lady that viewers were really enjoying the bickering of Michael and Ryuk in the show. But the director thinks that Michael goes too far sometimes, and was wondering if it was upsetting Ryuk's mother. The lady smiled while telling the man that she really trusts the director with her child, and watching them fight was entertaining for her too. But she wanted the director to just take care of her child for her. The man understood and promised the lady that he will be more mindful of it, and the lady just smiled, thanking the director as always. But Kim, on the other hand, was listening to everything, realizing that Michael was going too far, and she started going on to the set. As it was the break time, Young and Sion wondered if they should eat lunch too, because no matter how many times they do this, they never get used to filming and acting all natural in front of that many cameras. On the other hand, Ryuk was already having his stomach full of bananas, while he just wanted to sleep and was feeling really sluggish. But suddenly he felt an ominous aura coming around him, and it was none other than Michael, who was not happy with the cheeky little brat. Michael was really angry that the boy had hit him for real earlier, and it was rude of him. But Ryuk knew that it was not his fault, and that Michael kept on pestering him. According to Ryuk, Michael was the one with nasty attitude who made a rival out of a literal baby. But since Ryuk was tolerating him, the audience thought that it was just normal bickering instead of the real evil nature of Michael. Multiple articles have been surfacing about how the childish youngest member of the idol group was just jealous of his new baby sibling. Everyone thought that the love-hate relationship was just cute and funny, but only Ryuk knew that lately, Michael has been crossing the line more and more, and he was really getting indisciplined. Ryuk started pointing out a finger onto Michael, calling him a bad boy, and this was making the teenager mad, while he started pulling the cheeks of Ryuk and made it so that Ryuk almost started crying. The baby was really hurt and wondered if Michael was just an insane devil as he started crying due to the pinch. But instead of making him stop crying or calming him down, Michael just wanted him to shut up because it was not like Michael had wounded him or something. But we see that Kim had saw everything which was happening there and called out to Michael with a serious tone, asking him about why he pinched Ryuk when he was not doing anything. Michael was now flustered, telling the lady that even when it was nothing, Ryuk was making a huge fuss over it. But Kim knew that Ryuk does not cry or get mad over nothing, and it must have really hurt him. Now the boy forgot crying and was enjoying the scene, knowing that he had chosen the right manager for him. Kim started pointing out that lately, even during filming, Michael has been touching Ryuk so much, and he should restrain himself if he does not want some kind of lawsuit. Michael was not able to believe that a lady was warning him seriously right then and there, and asked the lady about why she was so protective of some random little nobody's kid. Hearing that angered Kim, but she kept her calm, telling Michael that it was due to that random brat that Michael had been booked for a few commercials and had made a lot of money aside from the show, so he should at least act professionally, if not ethically, and keep the hands off the baby, who was giving him a lot of money for free. Kim immediately grabbed Ryuk into her hands while telling Michael that she was always watching and that he should refrain from doing anything nasty again. This was not believable to Michael, who thought that he was above everyone else. He almost cursed the lady while thinking that he came to the country to be a true artist and not to babysit. But still, even the members keep side-eyeing him over the hot sauce incident last time. Michael was not ready to agree to his mistake, even when he did it intentionally, and it could harm the baby. But he still wanted to completely ruin the damn show, not realizing that it was so dumb for him to do so, because even he will not get any money after that. But he didn't care about it, and thought that he does not need the crappy to succeed anyway. Suddenly, Michael's train of thoughts was interrupted as his phone started ringing, and as he picked it up, he was really angry. But hearing to the voice on the other side, Michael was shocked because the phone was from Sin-Sung Entertainment. As the scene shifts to a few days later, we come to the studio once again, where the director was his room with Ryuk's mother and manager, along with Young, who were there to continue with the special production meeting. The director thanked them from coming there on such a short notice, and despite his busy schedule, Young had also made it, which was really professional, and even Ryuk's family were feeling like the director's own because they never deny at anything. The director wanted to start the meeting, but before starting it, he handed an envelope to all three parties, telling them that it was their performance bonus. Ryuk was really happy by this, but his mother was shocked, wondering about why they were getting bonuses after bonuses in such a short amount of time. The director explained that last week, their viewership rating finally surpassed 30%, and the higher-ups were absolutely adoring Ryuk. And since they don't have many episodes left until the final shoot, the higher-ups wanted to provide them with bonus so that they should keep up the good work. As Ryuk was still not understanding the money, he was just counting the pages and knew that it was a lot. And finally, the director started getting towards his main event, which was a Christmas special episode production. As Christmas was approaching really soon, the higher-ups of the company have requested a 1.5-hour special with a family-friendly atmosphere. And as Ryuk has been walking and running quite well these days, it was possible for him to perform in Christmas special too. Ryuk stood up once again while thinking that he had been training every single day, walking and running non-stop so that he can do it faster. The director thought that it would be nice to have Ryuk and the idol group members to dress up for Christmas and have a party and even dance together. Ryuk's mother was already able to imagine how her boy would look along with the famous idols and was not able to wait to see the outcome. As Ryuk was really liking the idea, the director wanted to discuss the details. But suddenly, the assistant director barged in, ruining the whole happy atmosphere, telling everyone that they have had a huge problem because an article about the Ryuk family was published in the newspaper, and it stated that the Ryuk family was just a greedy bunch and was making the baby work overtime. As the scene shifts, we see two news reporters who were announcing that they have gathered the hottest news of the week again, and the first news was a hot topic because it was about Just Baby, which was the show with Ryuk as a child actor, and his family was now in a controversy because a serious article has come out which said that Ryuk has been mistreated by his parents, and even when it was an unfounded and irresponsible report, the public is deeply worried about Ryuk and his health. The director immediately switched off the TV, realizing that something was as shady as it can get, because Ryuk's mother was almost crying, wondering about what they did wrong. The director wanted her to not worry because he knew that it was just some jealous people who were trying to disrupt a successful show, as this kind of thing was common in the broadcasting industry. Kim reassured her sister that she will look into such an article and find its sources, but suddenly Ryuk tried to tell his mother in his broken voice to not worry, which sounded really cute, as the boy stood up with hands onto his sides, and looking at him, both Kim and his mother somewhat felt relieved, while he called out to director, telling him to fix it no matter what. The director suddenly realized something, but the father thought that his son was being really rude to the director, even when he clenched the baby down at his hands. Ryuk had a sense in the industry and knew that negative media battles are ultimately about power struggles, and the people who published that kind of articles were needed to be quickly figured out because they wanted to know about what they will have to gain by attacking a successful show so that the people can move ahead of them to win. In the end, the director who knows a lot of people in the industry has to take action, otherwise it would not be resolved. And even the director knew this, smiling a little, not being able to believe that such a small kid was right, and he will have to fix it. He knew that since everything happened because of the show, it is only right that the director and the broadcasting station handled it properly. and Ryuk was happy that at least the director had some sense and was not overreacting. The man knew that there might be reporters who were lingering nearby, and even when it might feel suffocating, Ryuk's family should stay inside their home as much as possible. If it was not going to resolve sooner, it was best for them to take a break from coming to the filming set as well. But Ryuk's mother wondered about what will happen to their child. This is where the calm lady manager stepped in, telling her sister that she was the one who will take Ryuk around. She was a lifesaver for the mother while she started discussing the routine with the director, and it was really mesmerizing for the young lady who just wanted to protect her child. The director bowed down to the family, telling them that he will handle the situation as soon as possible, so they should not worry too much, because the situation will pass soon. As the scene shifts, it was the night, and the director had called out to the assistant, coming out of the house and wondering about the article, remembering that the article said that the news has come from a reliable insider, and according to the report, Ryuk's parents show up at the entertainment show every day and interfere in everything. According to them, it was really shady that the article had insider information, and the director has realized that there was a rat among them, and he straight up asked the assistant director if it was her, because she had done something like this when she was bribed before. But the assistant director lady was really flustered, telling the director that there was no way that she will do it when she almost got fired by the director back then, and it was then only that she decided to wash her hands of that kind of thing and become a good girl. Hearing that was surprising, but the director trusted the lady, wondering about who could be the rat if it was not her. It was Christmas Eve, and the snow was really falling heavily. We come to a night where everyone was roaming around the street with their winter clothes while getting ready to celebrate Christmas together. According to them, a white Christmas Eve was really great. But we see that a strange masked and hooded figure was walking around the streets with a cradle full of blankets. The couple on the road noticed the suspicious human, wondering about why he was wearing sunglasses at night and why he was so tightly wrapped up when the weather was not that cold. But suddenly, the cradle was being echoed by a baby voice, and the strange man was making the voice stop, while everyone wondered about where the baby voice was coming from. We see that it was none other than Ryuk's mom, who was trying to get out for a bit, because it was really getting suffocating for her. The contractions were not getting easy, so even when she had promised the director to stay at home, it was unbearable, and she was feeling rarely restless. But Ryuk was the only one who had to suffer a lot because of the packed cradle. His mother wanted to go for a walk and meet with his dad after work, thinking that it would be really touching. But for Ryuk, it was not a happy experience at all. Even the mother understood that and knew that Ryuk wanted to have a walk. But if the people saw him, it will be bad. So he needed to hold on a little longer. Ryuk was not able to believe that even at his age, he was being carried in a stroller, which was too small for him, and it was really humiliating for him. Even when he did not know the reason, he just wanted to walk on his own and have some exercise in, but he still kept quiet. But suddenly, Ryuk's mother heard the couple talking about Just Baby, which had aired the Christmas special episode, featuring Young in a Santa outfit, who was looking cool and cute at the same time, along with Ryuk, who was dressed as a reindeer, looking cute as always. And as he was getting praise in reality too, Ryuk was blushing intently while the lady was discussing about how cute he was. The couple lived for watching the reality show every week, but they were sad that it was ending soon. But suddenly the atmosphere shifted as they started talking about the article. And we are told that this time it had come out with even more details, which said that the parents were greedy for money, and Ryuk was acting cunningly too, for making even more money. Even when everyone realized that there was no way that such a small kid can do deliberate acting, it was still concerning everyone, and the articles were flooding the internet like crazy. Ryuk was really getting angry, thinking that the couple were suspecting his incredible directing and acting skills. But as the signal turned green, Ryuk noticed that his mother was not crossing the street at all. And even before she can reach her husband, he came running towards them, while asking the lady if she had come all the way to meet him. Even when the man told her to not come out in the cold, he was really happy by his wife's kind effort. But everything was ruined when the man saw his wife crying profusely inside the sunglasses. He wondered about what had happened and immediately realized that as the general public was starting to get swept up in the fake articles, it was really affecting the lady, who was not able to see and hear such bad things. Ryuk knew that a proper countermeasure was needed, and on the other day, we come inside the studio, where Ryuk's father was really getting angry at the director, telling him everything about last night and making it really clear that he cannot take this anymore. As the head of this family, he must do something to protect his wife and child. The director apologized to the man once again, telling him that the broadcasting station tried to control the reporters, but Ryuk just attracts too much public attention, and people just keep talking about him. But the man knew that they cannot just sit back like this and have to do something soon. The director started explaining that a direct approach is the best option, and if couple was okay with it, they should try to do a live interview in front of the audience to clear all the rumors. This was really surprising to both of them, who were not even having any prior experience and had not faced any media camera ever before in their life. As the scene shifts, the time passes, and it was December 31st, where another commercial of the idol group came into view, while they thanked everywhere for supporting them throughout the year. And they cannot even believe that their cute show had gained so much attention in this short time, and the year had come to the end so quickly. They were going to just compile a lot of best moments and release the year-end compilation episode, while the audience should wait for January the 7th for the New Year's special, along with the end episode, which was coming sooner. The assistant director was overhearing everything and was happy that the compilation episode has started airing. But we see that Ryuk's mom and dad were also present in the studio, trying to do a live interview inside it, so that they will not get a lot of media attention. The assistant director asked them if they should start soon as well. And as it was just a private live interview, the assistant made the couple cheer up, telling them that they have made a good decision, and there was nothing better than an interview to clear up the controversies. And since they were filming this privately, they don't need to be that nervous. Even the director will be there with them, so they should just relax for now. Even when the lady was getting nervous, she saw the face of her husband and realized about how much effort he was making. And even then, the man apologized to the lady, telling her that even when her due date was coming up and she was already struggling, and yet he was only making things a bit more harder. But the lady calmed the man down, telling him that this is all for their baby and she wanted to do it too. And to be honest, the lady liked that the man has stepped up as a father, which was really amazing. The couple started hugging each other once again, but Kim came at just the right moment with a fully adorable-looking Ryuk, who was inside a cute bear outfit. Kim asked the couple if they were ready, and even when she was shocked when she heard about the interview, she thought that it was the right thing. Ryuk was thinking about the same thing too, because he had just thought that his new parents were just average, timid people who were struggling to get by. But suddenly, his dad was taking a bold move with live interview. Even when it was not a bad idea, Ryuk wondered about why his father was a daring man, all of a sudden. But suddenly, his train of thoughts was stopped as his mother picked the baby up, telling him that he was looking really pretty and handsome. Just then, the lady said something which cleared Ryuk's mind, and he realized that they wanted Ryuk to trust their mom and dad, who were trying their hardest to clear all the bad rumors. The baby started crying because he realized that they were doing everything for him, and even when his parents get nervous speaking in front of people, they were doing it for him so that his name could be cleared from all the rumors. Ryuk hugged his mom tightly, while both Kim and the assistant director were finding it really adorable. But suddenly, as the assistant director opened the door, she thought that it was the director outside. But a large horde of people were present there instead, with shadows incoming onto the assistant's face. The scene shifts to Young and the lady running, while the leader of the idol group was shocked with the news of a live interview too, asking the assistant about why they did. So, the lady explained that they wanted to clear up the bad rumors and have planned to do it quietly. But the reporters swarmed in, and they somehow came to know about the location without them making it public. Young understood that someone among them must have been leaking internal information, and it was really bad because now even the director cannot get out of the location. Somehow, Young was able to push through the crowd and get inside as he told the director that they needed to stop the live broadcast right now because even as an idol, this amount of reporters was overwhelming, so there was no way that Ryuk's parents can handle this much pressure. But as the interview had already started, there was nothing that the director could do, even when he had tried his best to stop it. He knew that the crowd would not back down, and Ryuk's parents will have to handle it in their own way. The reporters were swarming with questions even before the interview started, asking the parents about what made them to decide to do the interview, and if the rumors were at all true. Ryuk's mother was really getting scared due to the ferocious reporters, and somehow the man wanted the reporters to be quiet because his wife wasn't the final stage of pregnancy and they should have some consideration and not shout, along with flashing the highlight cameras. The man wanted to tell everyone that if they spoke calmly, the couple will do their best to answer. But the reporters were really as pesky as ever, asking the man about why all the chaos was happening. The man started the live interview, telling everyone that there have been articles spreading bad rumors about their family, and he explained that even when it was true that his wife and the man grew up in an orphanage, they had nothing when they left the orphanage as adult. But they have worked hard day and night to build a family. They take pride in how hard they have worked to do so, and then Ryuk came to their life, and his talent was discovered by a kind neighbor. That's how they have got to the reality show, and in the end, Ryuk's father just wanted to conclude that they were not parents who abuse Ryuk just for money, so the reporters should stop hurting his family with baseless rumors. But one pesky reporter was not ready to believe in them. He wanted to know about how much money the family had made by Ryuk so far, and added to that, he also wanted them to show their bank statements publicly to prove if they are telling the truth. According to the reporter, they should provide evidence to prove it. Ryuk was really getting annoyed by these baseless questions, knowing that as the reporters knew that the couple was new to reporting, they can ask them stuff and make a really spicy story. But this was not acceptable by the baby boss, who jumped down from the hands of Kim and told everyone to stop shouting and to not bully his mom and dad. Ryuk was so angry that even in his cute voice, everyone saw seriousness. The adult man inside Ryuk wanted the reporters to stop immediately, but as he cannot pronounce the whole sentence, he had to go with his mom and dad. Young was almost crying because he got out of the crowd once again, informing the director that the interview was finally over and that they should end the live broadcast. Ryuk was determined, while he asked his dad if he was okay, and the man hugged his son, apologizing to him because he was not good with words. Ryuk thought that it was okay for his dad to be not good with words because it was his first time, and for the first time, he was actually pretty cool. But suddenly, Ryuk turned around his mom, wondering about what she was doing, and horror immediately struck him while he saw that his mother was making really painful faces while she told her husband that she was going into labor. It shocked both Ryuk and his dad as they wondered about what they should do. An ambulance was called, and it was speeding towards the hospital, while both Ryuk and his dad were calming the lady down. And one of the workers wanted the mother to take a deep breath. The dad was almost crying while telling his wife to hold on a little longer because they will be at the hospital soon, and as even Ryuk was tensed, his mother wanted the baby to not be worried. But Ryuk clearly saw that his mother was in a lot of pain and was getting annoyed by her trying to make him calm down. His adult brain was not able to comprehend about what he should do because he did not know anything about childbirth, and even in both his past and present lives, he had no experience with marriage, pregnancy, or the time of childbirth. Ryuk started scratching his head, getting annoyed and wondering if there was something that he can do to help. But as he realized that he cannot do anything, he just wanted his mom to stay strong, while the ambulance kept going towards the hospital. As the scene shifts to after the delivery, both the director and the assistant director was shocked to see such an adorable baby boy who was held by another baby of 2-year-old, which was none other than our Ryuk, who held the baby brother with the big brother attitude already, while both the directors were getting shocked, and the parents were smiling. The assistant director knew that Ryuk's mother had went through so much and wanted to know about how she was feeling. But the lady smiled as usual, thanking them for their help, and because of that, she was completely okay. The assistant director was really not expecting the baby to be as beautiful as Ryuk himself, but this child was named Min SNF. He was no joke in the looks either. The assistant director wondered if it was because both of his parents were stunning, especially the chubby cheeks of the baby. But as the lady wanted to touch them, Ryuk slammed the hand away, telling the lady in his broken sentences to not touch the baby with her filthy hands, because anyone should not touch newborns carelessly and have washed his hands first. Ryuk's face was telling the assistant everything, while the lady realized that he was already acting like a big brother. In his past life, Ryuk's so-called younger siblings were nothing but trouble. One of them was rude, and one of them was straight-up indisciplined, and due to that, in his new life, he will raise the little boy properly. A devilish grin appeared on his face while he looked at his new baby brother, thinking of disciplining him from the start. But suddenly the director asked both the parents if they did not mind taking a few pictures of Min and Ryuk together, because after the live broadcast ended abruptly, the viewers went wild, wondering if Ryuk's mother was okay, and they wanted the director to do a follow-up report privately, because the reporters were so rude. They were worried about the whole family and were happy that now Ryuk was having a little brother, and the viewers were congratulating the whole family. The director thanked the assistant director for taking really good shots of both the baby brothers. But the dad wanted to know about what happened after they have left so suddenly. But the director told them that they don't need to worry anymore, because it was almost settled. As the scene shifts to the flashback, we see that a pager fell down onto the ground, while Young and Sion wanted Michael to explain himself, as the pager belonged to none other than Michael himself, who wondered about when the other members found out. Young and Yun told Michael that lately, strange things have been happening in the set, and articles about things that only the staff on set would know were leaked, along with the interviews that not even the staff knew, and the reporters were somehow getting all the information. Michael clicked his tongue, knowing that he was secretly being exposed, but he was still not ready to give up, asking ignorantly about what did he do that he was accused. Young told him that the brat's actions were a bit suspicious lately, and he was completely disappearing in the middle of shoots, so they had Lucas follow Michael, and then they came to know that he was having some kind of a mutual relationship with Shin Sung, who was the CEO of Sin Sang Entertainment. Michael realized that he was completely being exposed, and as manager Kim was suspicious of Sensing Entertainment CEO, the reporters who wrote the slander articles were all connected to the entertainment company as well, and added to that, last but not the least, the numbers left onto Michael Pager's voicemail were from Sing Sung Entertainment. Young was furious that Michael was helping a thug to torment the whole family of the child, and wanted to know about what the boy was thinking. Young was really getting angry, and decided that both Michael and the CEO will have to take responsibilities of his actions, and suddenly, a large amount of newspapers were being published against the CEO, and this time, instead of the Ryuk family who was in the papers, it was the CEO, who was getting slandered even after getting all the security he can get. But the reporters wanted to know if he ordered the reporters to post the slander articles, and why he gave such instructions to the reporters and made fake allegations of family being greedy. The reporters also came to know about the allegations of threatening his own talents onto the CEO, and hearing that, the old man was getting really annoyed, telling the reporters again and again that he did not know anything about it. But still, the reporters were so pesky that they were not leaving the man at all. The scene shifts back to the present, and we see that Ryuk's dad was shocked that the CEO of the entertainment company and Michael were together in this fiasco, and even the director did not know about what dissatisfaction Michael had with the team. But later, he made sure that Young will personally bring him to apologize, and also, as a gesture of apology, the entertainment company will cover the hospital bills and the broadcasting station will contribute as well. The director was slamming his fists in anger. While he wanted the man to not at all feel shy and tell them anything else they would like the broadcast station to do, while he made sure that Michael should be punished and would be properly disciplined. But Ryuk's dad just thanked the director for the nice private room where their whole family can be together, and due to that, Ryuk's mother was recovering really quickly, and as long as the bad rumors go away, the dad had no other wishes. The director informed them that thanks to their heartfelt interview, the audience realized that they were wrong and that they have misunderstood the whole family because they were deceived by the bad people. And now everyone was cheering for them instead, and the manager lady and the director will make sure to clean up the mess which have been made by Michael and the reporters. Kim was really happy after doing multiple lawsuits onto the reporters for spreading fake rumors, which was teaching the rude reporters a lesson. And because of the incident, they were planning to take a 2-month break from the show, because even Ryuk's mother needs some post-birth care. The dad wondered if taking a break so long will be okay, but the director assured him that they have pre-recorded footage, so he should not worry at all, and just rest comfortably with his family, where we see that Ryuk was really taking care of his younger brother. And the people were getting excited to see them again in the spring, as the scene shifts to the spring season, and the cherry blossoms who are making a really beautiful scene. They were having even more exciting news, that their nation's baby Ryuk was resuming his show once again. We see the actress who shot the commercial with him was trying to get intimate with the vice chairman of the electronic company while they looked at the TV together. The actress was clinging with the vice president while asking him about what he was watching. But before he can reply, the actress already saw Ryuk on the screen and found him adorable as always. The man was shocked, wondering if the lady had saw the child before, and the actress was not able to believe that the vice chairman was having such short memory because they have met him during the washing machine commercial shoot. The man started wondering about something, and the princess wondered about what else he can think of at such a crucial time when he should only think of her. The man explained that somehow Ryuk was strangely intriguing, and the lady told him that maybe it is because the child actor was a genius and qualifies as a great actor. The lady added that Ryuk was a kid who can become anything, and the man was shocked by hearing this, because for him, Ryuk was just a child actor who was momentarily getting some attention. But it was not Tryuk, as the lady told him that even when she got popular thanks to the vice chairman pushing her into different roles. But she still had pretty good eyes for real talent. And besides, this time, the Sinsung Entertainment Company also tried to take advantage of Ryuk, but they are completely failing due to the decline, and their CEO was now charged with multiple cases and lawsuits. As usual, they tried to underpay a rookie child actor, and now it is a mess for them. The vice chairman knew that the lady was also associated with the company, but now she was also terminating her contract and leaving because the terms were stingy and it was working out well given the situation. The man wanted to know about where the lady wanted to go after leaving, and if she had a company in mind, and she told the man that she had an interesting idea of doing something new, so she was going to take it slow and watching how it goes. But that was not the point. The lady told the man that if he was interested, he should consider investing in Ryuk, and it would not be a bad idea. The man wondered about this proposition and guessed that it was not that bad option. The scene shifts back to the house of the child where it was the mealtime, and the day's lunch menu was seaweed soup, which was given to Ryuk for healthy nourishment, while Min kept looking at the beautiful landlady and manager of his big brother. Ryuk's mother was sitting and watching everything, while Ryuk was smelling the soup, getting happy that it was really delicious. He never knew that manager Kim was good at cooking too. But now that he was getting such delicious meals, he immediately ate everything up, while the lady also gave the soup to their mother. She thanked the landlady once again, telling her that she always takes care of their meals like this. But the lady interjected, telling the mother that it was only natural because she was Ryuk's manager, and she had to make sure that Ryuk should be in top health. But for the mother, it was really getting shocking because now the landlady was not charging any rent from them, and then she was providing food and fruits. But Kim wanted her to just eat and not say anything, and as they were family, she should at least do this much for them without asking for anything in return. The mother was completely moved by this concept. But suddenly they were interrupted by the bickering of both the brothers, and as the little one tried to grab the soup from Ryuk, he moved the bowl away, while telling Min that the soup was belonging to Ryuk, and he will get only the formula milk for some time. The mother was laughing after looking at the scene, realizing that the younger sibling was trying to copy everything that his older brother does, and since Min was following his brother well, their mother thought that parenting would be a bit easier. Hearing this word made Ryuk go through his not-so-great memories, as he realized that parenting was hell for anyone. He did not even comprehend about how his mother can keep up with it, because his younger brother was crying all the time non-stop and would not sleep no matter what, always clinching to his big brother and crying at the faintest idea of him leaving the cute baby. In Ryuk's past life, his young brother was just an arrogant brat, when the boy hoped that the younger sibling will be his devoted little servant, or at least a loyal follower. But now that he had got another brother who does exactly that, it was tough in a different way. Ryuk tried to tell Min that his big brother is tired and he wanted some rest. But then he looked at the cute sibling as his eyes were shimmering with admiration for his big brother, and it made his heart pound with love. While he grabbed Ryuk once again, deciding to feed the baby by himself, no matter what, and this made the younger sibling really happy. Kim was really mesmerized by the look of a baby taking care of another baby, while Ryuk was telling him to hurry up and grow so that they can talk in real human language. Their mother was really happy, telling Kim that she had really relied on Ryuk for taking care of his small brother. But suddenly, Kim interjected, asking their mother if she had ever thought about moving houses, because even when she was the landlord, she knew that now the young couple had 2 kids, and it sounds funny coming from the landlord itself, but the house was too small and old for raising children and a 4-people family. But the mother had some concerns because they did not have enough money right now. But Kim suddenly got an idea, asking the lady if she would move when money becomes available. At first, the mother did not understand anything she said, so the manager asked her to come closer and told her that the electronic company has contacted the manager and wanted to sign Ryuk as their exclusive model. Ryuk was not able to hear anything, as he was busy with his younger sibling. But the mother was really shocked, not able to believe that such a big company wanted her child to be an exclusive model. Kim explained that the company had made an offer already, and they will send the contract details soon. So the lady should discuss it well with her husband, because this was a really huge opportunity to get a lot of money. The mother understood the complexity of the situation and was not able to decide about how they should do things. But Kim told her to not worry about it now and eat first, so that her mind started working again, and added to that, they needed to go to the broadcast station later because it has been 2 months, and now they needed to have a meeting for the reality show. Kim informed the lady that the station was sending a car, so there was no rush. But suddenly the house bell rang, and the manager was surprised, wondering if the car was already there. Meanwhile, Ryuk came to his mother, trying to sleep because he had a hard time looking after Min. But as the manager opened the door, she saw the devilish man who was none other than Michael himself. The manager was shocked by the sudden arrival of Michael, and Ryuk protected his mother while asking the brat about why he was there inside their house. Ryuk had still not forgotten that Michael had betrayed their family and sided with Sin-sung to spread false rumors. But Ryuk wondered about what the man was thinking showing up now. He thought that maybe Michael was there to have revenge. But suddenly they heard another familiar voice, which removed Michael's face from the frame and said hello to all the family members. It was none other than Young himself, who was smiling as usual and surprised the whole family. He was aware that Michael was not really welcomed at their house, but the whole group wanted to see them again, and Michael also wanted to apologize. So both of them decided to drive to the house. Young immediately asked Michael about what he was doing and told him to do what he should do. Michael was not doing any funny business anymore, straight up apologizing to the whole family, agreeing that it was all his fault. But for Ryuk, it was not enough. And after what Michael did, a simple apology was not going to make it. But suddenly, he heard his mom thanking Michael for his apology with a smile, while thinking that the boy must have had his reasons for doing the harm. This time, Ryuk really thought that his mother was actually dumb, and both Kim, the manager, and Ryuk slammed their heads with a facepalm, and Ryuk realized that the lady was feeling exactly what he was feeling, while the mother was happily thinking that Michael and her can get along once again. They knew that their mother was nice, but now they realized that she was just way too nice. But Ryuk knew that he can't change his parents, so if his parents were too kind and careless, he just needed to become more sharper and more careful. Ryuk started giving off a sign of the throat cut, telling Michael that there would not be a next time, and even when the brat was wondering about how Ryuk learnt that. Young interjected, asking if they should get going to the studio now because everyone was waiting for the whole family so that they can finally continue the show. As the scene shifts back to the large studio building, we come inside and see that the director was almost crying after looking at Ryuk, and it was surprising to see that Ryuk was having exactly the same reaction, while both of them hugged each other like separated siblings. The director thought that maybe it was because they have not seen each other in a while, that Ryuk was also welcoming the director, when he was usually really cold. The director was touched by this behavior while Ryuk had realized something, that he was born to just work and will live and die while working. He was so done with parenting that he needed to dedicate his life to work instead. But as the boy was going away with the director, the younger sibling started crying once again. The director heard the sound and turned towards the mother and greeted her as well, while we see that Min was almost crying like a crazy crybaby. The director was unaware of the fact and realized that Min had gotten even cuter in just 2 months and was not able to comprehend about how it was even possible. But the boy did not even care, wanting to just go to his big brother as he started crying profusely. The director thought that maybe he had done something wrong and wondered about why the baby was crying all of a sudden. It is then that Ryuk's mother informed the director that Min always wants to be struck with Ryuk, and he is like this because he couldn't see his brother. As the director turned towards Ryuk, he was really looking at his blue and pale face, while Ryuk wanted the director to save him and hurry up to start filming. And this is when the director realized the reason for Ryuk to act like he had missed the man so much. The director smiled nervously while stating the fact that there have been some minor changes over the past 2 months. Kim also came inside the office and bowed down in front of the director. As everyone had gathered in the studio, they wanted to move quickly, because they had about 20 episodes left until the finale, and the last episode will probably air in September. Both the ladies realized that September was 6 months away, and the first episode of the new season would start with a cherry blossom picnic. As the scene shifts, we come to a cherry blossom park, where a board of filming in progress was hanged, along with a sign of no entry, and we see both Young and Yoon were also looking a bit grown up with changed styles while they were looking at Ryuk with mesmerizing eyes, because he had been dressed like a cherry blossom fairy and was looking way cuter to handle. Young realized that the styling team must have done a really good job, and Ryuk started smiling at both the idols, making Young understand that he was really getting happy with the compliments. We see the assistant director, who announced that the filming was about to start, and all cast members should gather immediately. Yoon picked up the cute baby while they started going towards the place where they were filming. But suddenly the set was being intervened by a black car, which parked near the parking spot, and the driver told someone that they have arrived at the set as ordered. And we see that it was none other than the vice president and Ryuk's past father. He was always looking like a serious man, and wondered if he really needed to come all the way to the set of the film. But still, he wanted to do it. The scene shifts to a flashback once again, where the assistant was sharing the business report to the vice president, and the vice president asked him about what he did with the matter of the exclusive contract with Ryuk. The assistant told him that they have clearly conveyed their intent to sign, but the kid's parents were hesitant because of the contract scale, so it was taking a lot of time. The assistant wanted to know from the vice president if they should push them a little, but the man wanted Ryuk to be doing what he was doing, because more importantly, even he wanted to know about what the secretary thought about the contract. The man told the vice president that to him, it seems a bit excessive for a kid of Ryuk's experience, as he wondered if the kid was really worth that much. But the vice president explained that he always sees something about him, which was feeling like an unexplainable connection, like some kind of a bloodbound. But suddenly, the flashback came to an abrupted end, as the driver continuously told the man that they have arrived at the scene. The man ordered the driver to stay at the place and wait for him, while he had something to check, as Yun and Young were going to the set. Yun turned around, calling out to Young and asking him if he was seeing things correctly, because if he was right, there was the vice president of the electronic company who was coming towards their way. Ryuk was suddenly shocked by the presence of his past father, wondering about what the pathetic man was doing at the set instead of being a playboy. Ryuk remembered his father from his past life, who was born as the eldest son of the grandfather, who founded the electronic company, and he was raised as his successor. His style was a bit different from grandfather's, who was a founding monarch and acted like a conqueror. But the vice president was a result-driven ruler, and it was what had defined his father, as he was the man who cared about nothing but results and outcomes. Not for his wife or his company, or even for his children who couldn't meet his strict expectations. He deemed them unworthy, and all the siblings and his wife always struggled with feelings of inferiority. But on the other hand, John was the kind of child who just kicked away all his father's expectations and climbed even higher, because he was really a genius in his past life. But still, his relationship with his father was not an easy one. And even when they met each other and said hello, the vice president acted like a jerk all the time and was not even good with his own shining son. Without even realizing, Ryuk called out to the vice president as Dad, and the man was able to hear it clearly. Ryuk immediately closed his mouth, realizing that he had messed up and made the words slip out, before he could stop himself. The man said hello to Ryuk while asking him if he had remembered the man, as they have met at the washing machine commercial shoot. But Ryuk turned around, rudely telling the man that he does not know him. But the man pointed out that if he does not know him, then why he was calling him father. Ryuk tried to deny and pretend that it never happened, but the man was persistent, telling Ryuk that he is sure that he heard the word right. The man was getting closer and closer and was pestering Ryuk, while he remembered that his dad was really a persistent guy every time. But suddenly, both the director and Ryuk's mother came running towards the boy, while asking the vice president about what brings him to the set. The man explained that he just wanted to quietly see Ryuk and leave, but he ended up interrupting the filming. The director wondered about why the man wanted to see Ryuk, and the man just repeated that he wanted to see him in person. And now that he had seen the bright eyes, somehow, they were reminding him of his younger self. Seeing him like this, the man was even more convinced that he was worthy of becoming the exclusive actor. He asked the lady if she had checked the contract of administration and told her once again that they were ready to sign an exclusive contract any time, so she should just let them know once they decided. And Ryuk was so important for him that the vice president told the mother that if there are any other conditions she wanted them to act on, then she should just inform the agent. Ryuk was not able to stop himself from screaming, that he wanted even more money, and Ryuk's mother was embarrassed all of a sudden, apologizing to the vice president and telling him that Ryuk was just blabbering anything he wanted. But deep inside, Ryuk knew that as his past father had a lot of money, he will have to give him some. The man was being shocked by the sudden spurt of excitement and started laughing maniacally while patting the boy cutely and telling him that he will have all the money ready, and in return they should meet at his office when the shoot was finished and they were ready. The female agreed, and the vice president decided to take his leave, while Ryuk was looking at his past father with serious eyes, thinking that he thought that he will never cross paths with him again in this life, because the vice president was a rich man, and now he was a kid from the poor family and have grown that far apart. But still they were somehow being clashed at each other once again, and Ryuk started remembering about how he helped his father with a new project, which was given to him as he was the man's smartest child and had expected great results from him. But now, Ryuk was completely different and a baby once again. The director told him that they should start filming again, and Ryuk continued, while he realized that what matters to him right now was his new family, and he should focus on the shoot in front of him to make a lot of money first. The Spring Picnic Special Festival episode was being recorded inside the park, and then came the Children's Special, where Michael was being turned into a horse, and time had passed once again. And it was time for summer vacation, where Ryuk and the other idol members go to swimming, and the child learned how to swim for the first time, and after everything was finished, a lot of time has passed, and we see that there were a lot of fan following, which had been following the cast members of the show everywhere. The fangirls were all over the place where the bouncers tried to calm them down, telling them to be quiet as they were filming. Both Ryuk's mom and Ryuk saw that it was crazy outside. Once again, while the assistant director told them that they were figuring out about how the fangirls always know where they were shooting. Even when Ryuk wanted to go down, his mother was not ready to do so, while telling him that filming has been rough these days because of these fans. And as the Just Group was not a national idol group and had become international, some fans were even sneaking into the sets. So they should really be careful. We see that Ryuk was finally able to walk properly and that all the kids of the show have grown. The national idol group, which was loved by the whole country, was now on the move. And along with the rising popularity of the show, the idol group never slacked on performances and album releases, and over the past 6 months, they have become undisputed top idols in the industry. Of course, Ryuk also shot tons of top-tier commercials and become the hottest male child actor in the ad world. He had done various advertisements for famous children clothing and luxury children products, along with earning a lot of money. And every time he did a shoot, the directors also got huge performance bonuses, and the show that made everyone shine, which was the baby reality show, was coming to an end. The shoot they were doing was the second last one, and after this week, they will shoot the last one. But Ryuk was as calm as he can be, telling his mother that he was heading out first, and even when it was feeling bittersweet to him, he knew that he had to progress further. But suddenly, a hand came out and clutched from the darkness, while the boy turned around, looking at the mystery man with horror, while he asked the boy if he can do him a favor. But as everything became clear, Ryuk saw that it was none other than Young himself, who was somehow able to hide his presence and came behind Ryuk from among the fans. As the baby was screaming, Young wanted him to keep it down, because the fans can hear them. Ryuk was getting annoyed as his heart was pounding, because he was really afraid of being kidnapped. But now that he had calmed down, Ryuk asked Young about what he wanted his help in. But suddenly the assistant director also intercepted, wondering about what those two were doing there, instead of going inside the filming set. And as Young turned around, he was happy to see the assistant director too, telling her that they wanted Ryuk to choose their title song. They came inside the room once again, where all the idol members gathered, and the assistant director has fixed a camera as they decided to record the choosing of the title for fun memory and maybe even a social media post. The director came inside the room and asked Young about what was this all about. The boy was nervous while telling the director that they were about to release their next album. And the song production was complete, but they cannot decide on the title track, which will lead the album. And as the members are divided on opinions, they wanted to ask Ryuk to pick the title song. The director was shocked, because even when he knew that Ryuk was indeed smart, he wondered if it was okay to entrust a 3-year-old with this decision. But we see that Ryuk, on the other hand, was listening with utmost seriousness. Young agreed that he was a bit hesitant at first, too. But when he thought about it, he remembered that for the past year, Ryuk has shaped them. And even when they were not good at acting so much, clumsily raising a child has taught them a lot. And even Michael had learned the hard way that recklessness leads to disaster, so now the whole group wanted to leave Ryuk's mark on their album. The boy was listening to the 3 tracks, and Lucas and Yun were sitting on his sides, wondering about which song sounded better. And since the show was ending soon and they were all parting ways, Young thought that it would be good for Ryuk to choose this song. The boy took out his headphones and started thinking for a while, and suddenly a smug smile came to his face while he realized that asking him to choose the title song was a wise decision made by the kids, because their big brother surely knows the future and chose a cassette with some weird letterings on them. Lucas was shocked because his cassette has been denied, and instead, Yoon's was chosen. The director wondered about what kind of song was that, and Young explained that it was a track that Yeon participated in producing, and among the 3 title track candidates, it has the most unique style, and except for Yoon and Seon, everyone else thought that it should be a side track. But as Ryuk always knew the future, he chose that one as the title track instead, because in his past life, the side track was the one which stayed #1 on the top 10 list for 5 consecutive weeks. And even when it was a side track, it was memorized by everyone, including John himself, who was shocked to see that he was memorizing some lyrics even without paying any notice to it. If it had been the title track, it would have been even more famous in the past. So this change was necessary for the idol group to become even more famous. But Lucas was not ready to admit defeat, asking the boy to choose once again. But Ryuk continuously denied, telling them that this cassette was final, and they should be choosing this as a title track if they trusted Ryuk. Looking at the seriousness and gleam in his eyes, Lucas stopped pestering him, and Young wondered about what the boy was thinking. But still, he decided to go with it because Ryuk was an important part of their life. And finally, as the title track was decided, Young wanted to work hard and promote all these things well. This whole recording was shared onto the social media and was telecasted on the television for promoting the album, and everyone realized that the title track was chosen by their favorite baby. As the scene shifts, we come to another room where the Ryuk's mother wanted him to enter, and it was so dark that it was feeling ominous to the child. He was not able to comprehend about what the idol group was doing just before the show was ending. He knew that they have been up to something, and as a kid, he decided to play along. But to his surprise, it was nothing better than the birthday surprise done by the idol group for the baby, while they started singing Happy Birthday for Ryuk. The director and the assistant director were also there with their cameras, telling Ryuk that the group wanted to celebrate his birthday. So they planned it to match with the show's wrap-up party. The director wanted to know about how the boy was feeling, but as they saw him, they were shocked, because Ryuk was trembling and was not giving any reactions. But all of them were relieved as Ryuk started gleaming with happiness, telling them that he loves it. Even when it had been predictable to him, being celebrated always feels amazing, and he liked that everyone was paying attention to him. The director grabbed their attention and told everyone that he had brought some expensive meat that their station has prepared for, thanking them for the hard work they did on the children reality show. Ryuk was drooling as the director told him that he can eat as much as he wanted. Hearing that, Lucas started crying as he took out a bowl full of meat and started eating it while crying together. All of them started enjoying their party while Ryuk was eating the spicy chicken, And finally, the wrap-up party came to an end, and the whole group was thanked for all their hard work. For Ryuk's mother, it was really touching, because something was coming to an end, which was a long part in her life. But suddenly, someone in a black coat came inside the room and called out to Ryuk's mother, telling her that he was sent by the vice chairman, and they have congratulated the group for the show's completion, along with giving the lady a small gift. As she opened the box, she realized that it was some expensive ginseng. And looking at the opportunity, the secretary told her to review the contract once again whenever she had time. The lady was so happy that she immediately agreed, telling the secretary that they are going to visit as soon as possible. As the scene shifts once again, we see that Kim, Ryuk, and his mother were traveling towards the electronic company's headquarters, while Kim asked the lady if she does not want to rest for a few more days. But as she had promised the secretary that she will visit right after the wrap-up party, she did so. And as Ryuk was also not tired, she was even more excited. On the other hand, Ryuk knew that there was no time for any fatigue, and that he needed to stay sharp because his cunning past father might have wanted something in return, and he needed to find out his real intentions as soon as possible. As they reached the main office, a beautiful attendant welcomed them to the headquarters while telling the ladies that the vice chairman have been waiting for them. As the door opened, we get a mirrored view of the surroundings, while the vice chairman was happy that Ryuk was finally there with him. At first, the mother was a bit intimidated, but the man turned around and smiled at them, telling them that it has been a while, and he liked that the baby was also present there. They sat down at a luxury-looking table while the secretary came around, giving them some tea and refreshments while telling them to help themselves with the food on the table. Ryuk realized that it was his favorite cookie from the past life, and he wanted to eat them as much as he can to get the nostalgic taste. Kim thanked the vice president for his hospitality while the mother was tasting the tea, but the man wanted them to not mention it and asked them if they have reviewed the contract terms. Kim told the man that to her, it seems like an overly generous offer, and it was hard to believe that for a 3-year exclusive contract, the signing bonus was 150 million. This made Ryuk throw away his cookie from his mouth, as this was the first time he had heard the actual amount. He started wondering if there might be something shady inside the contract, since he knew the man who had proposed it. But the contract terms were insane, and he was getting 150 million. Only the top celebrities get these kind of treatments, so he wondered about what on earth his past father was thinking. But the vice president was shocked that the ladies were surprised. Kim became frank with the man, telling him that she does not understand why the company was offering such a large amount. But the man was really clear, telling the manager that it was an investment on Ryuk. The boy was getting suspicious, but the secretary started explaining to the lady that their company gives scholarship, which had been consistently running, and the company had been doing its best to discover and support outstanding talents. And as the vice chairman judged that Ryuk was a gifted individual worthy of scholarship support, they were also going to get the scholarship. The mother was shocked by hearing that because she knew that Ryuk was smart, but still, she was not able to comprehend the point of scholarship. The man started adding further that in his eyes, Ryuk was quite special, with the qualities of being smart and gutsy, and with the right support, he had the ability to grow beyond expectations and become an excellent young man, even when the mother was not finding it real to believe. Ryuk stood up onto the chair, slamming the table and telling his past father with a serious gaze that he was going to become the best. He knew that as obsessed with result his past father was, he always conveyed talented individuals in his past life too. This time Ryuk knew that his past father was correct, because he was sure that he will grow to be more capable than any talent around him. Ryuk was maybe a small child, but was having a fierce aura of a lion behind him, telling the vice chairman that he will be the best. Ryuk's mother was embarrassed, wondering about why her child was saying such things. But the vice chairman, on the other hand, was being impressed that Ryuk was possessing such spirit at this age that even his own children don't have, and this feeling was making him want to support even more. He wanted to change the contents of the contract and give the ladies the draft once again, and this time the man wanted them to think it through for the last time and tell them the final verdict, because the contract was sure to benefit the child. The scene shifts to the night, where the lady was making both the siblings sleep, and she was completely tired, while she sat down near her husband, asking him about what he thought of the contract. Even when the man did not know much about these kind of things, it was looking like an incredible contract to him. And 150 million was something that he had never even seen before. The lady was honestly scared, and it was frightening that someone as impressive as the vice chairman was taking notice of their child. She was afraid that something might go wrong if they hastily accept a contract that seems too good to be true. And even when Min was sleeping, we see that Ryuk was still awake on the other room, trying to listen to his parents, realizing that to the ones who have never even saved up 1,150,000,000 was naturally terrifying for them, and they were just acting like insects who were completely grown inside a jar. And even when the insect was released and had freedom, he can only jump as high as the jar, and as they have grown up poor, they are scared of opportunities or money beyond their imagination. And this was the most vicious part of poverty, which discourages people from even trying to challenge themselves. Ryuk thought that maybe they were going to decline the offer. But suddenly he heard his father, who wanted the lady to accept the contract. It shocked the child to the core while the man started explaining that with the contract money, Ryuk can live a different life and go study in a good school and get a great job because of it. With this money, Ryuk could live an impressive life like the chairman and vice chairman, and with this much money, they could think about a new life too, where all four of them are together. Ryuk was really happy, knowing that his father was thinking in the right direction, and as a better life than now was possible, he wanted to take a chance on that hope, and believed on his son. It was the next day, and the secretary was welcomed inside Ryuk's house, while he came and sat down, telling the ladies that the vice chairman was very pleased that they responded so quickly, even when he thought that it would take over a week. But the ladies were not ready to sign the initial contract, and the secretary had agreed, telling them that the contract has been changed from 3 years to 2 years, and with the signing bonus reduced from 150 million to 100 million. Now they have also included a clause addressing the concern of the lady about not overburdening Ryuk with too much work so that he can study too. Hearing that, Ryuk's mother really wanted to sign the contract. But this is where the twist came, because the secretary took out another draft of the contract, telling the lady that he wanted to make a few changes too. This shocked all three of them, while they wondered about what was coming next. The secretary started smiling, while telling the lady that he would like to make some changes to the contract terms as well. But on the other hand, both Kim and Ryuk's mother were actually nervous, wondering about what it was. Looking at them, the secretary wondered if they were all right, but the mother only wanted to know about what contract terms were going to get changed. The secretary took out 2 booklets from his bag, while telling the lady that they wanted to change 2 things that he was going to mention soon. But to his surprise, Ryuk immediately grabbed the 2 booklets and started looking at them ferociously, while his mother was surprised too, along with the manager, wondering about what the child was doing. On the other hand, Ryuk was reading every bit of detail with proper caution. As the secretary tried to act all calm and composed, trying to get the leaflet back, telling Ryuk that the 2 pieces of paper were something that only adults should look at. But suddenly, Ryuk said something about stocks of the company and apartment complex, wondering about what they meant. He started asking the secretary about why the booklet mentioned apartments and stocks, and when the secretary was shocked, Ryuk turned around, wondering if he had blown his cover, acting like a child and asking the secretary with curiosity about what the project was. As the boy was looking at the secretary, he realized that the man was clearly flustered, and even when acting like a child at this mental age was kind of cringe-worthy, he still had to uncover his past father's scheme. And it was all worth it as Ryuk started making baby eyes and stars started shooting from the inside. He wanted the secretary to tell him as quickly as possible. But then, he realized that everyone in the room was not shocked due to the proposal, but instead, they were shocked that Ryuk was able to read so properly. His mother was surprised, wanting to know if Ryuk can actually read, and the baby agreed. The man started smiling while the mother was continuously asking the child about how he was able to read and write when he did not have enough practice. The secretary found Ryuk amazing because a 3-year-old child learning any kind of language on his own was amazing. But on the other hand, the mother wondered about how Ryuk was able to learn to read by himself. The boy tried to stay calm, nervously telling the lady that he started learning from newspapers and the television. But there was no way that he can read such difficult words with so much proficiency by self-practicing. But still, it was happening in front of everyone, and the secretary realized that the vice chairman was indeed right by thinking that the child was a genius who was worth investing in. The secretary started laughing wholeheartedly while getting ready to explain everything, telling the lady that as she had lowered the contract deposit from 150 million to 100 million. The vice chairman wanted to give them a token of appreciation, and they decided on giving Ryuk the stocks of Samsung Electronics that are worth 50 million. This shocked the lady to the core as her face was completely pale from shock. But the secretary kept on explaining that as the company was currently building a premium apartment complex in a well-developed place, Ryuk's family was going to also get one apartment flat for themselves once it is completed in the next 2 years, and it was a really large unit and was really spacious for 4 people. Hearing that, Ryuk was shocked and was not able to believe that his past father can do something so philanthropic without any hidden terms. Even the lady realized that it was too much for them, and Ryuk started rummaging around the papers, trying to read everything and finding the catch. Finally, Ryuk found the mandatory employment clause, which stated that if the 2 years mandatory service is not fulfilled, the entire gifted stock must be returned immediately. But the taxes on the stock returns were the recipient's responsibility. Ryuk was finally relieved that he found the catch out, realizing that this was his old-fashioned past father's strategy, which was including tempting someone with rewards to make them his own and acting like family. But if the contract is broken, or if any kind of hardship arrives, the vice chairman was the one who makes profit from it, and he only gives rewards when he deems appropriate. And as Ryuk was really a small child, the vice chairman was also dangling some sweet temptations right in front of him, trying to make him pledge loyalty and serve the company. But Ryuk knew about it all and completely knew that it was his style. The boy started smiling while slapping the booklet down and asking the secretary to give him the stamp, getting ready to do all of it for 2 years. But this surprised Ryuk's mother even more as she stopped her child, telling him that he cannot do it by himself. Ryuk started causing a ruckus, screaming and telling everyone that he wanted to do all the work and wanted to sign the contract too. But only he knew that the stocks were really going to be profitable for him because they are going to skyrocket in the future, and the apartment prices in the expensive area will go even higher, and then they can make a lot of money by selling it. So in finality, this was a contract that absolutely must be signed. Ryuk was screaming at everyone, telling them that he was going to make all of that his own. Ryuk's mother immediately scolded him and told him to be a good boy. But Kim stopped her, telling her to calmly think for a moment and sign the contract, because this was a great opportunity for both Ryuk and his family. The mother suddenly calmed down, realizing that if Kim was saying something like that, then it must be true. It was the manager now who started talking to the secretary, thanking him for offering such great contract terms. But Kim knew that the contract was too big for an individual, so she revealed that they were planning to set up a company and it is going to be a business-to-business agreement. The secretary was shocked, wondering about what company they will form, and even Kim was not able to believe that she was going to handle a management company which was dedicated solely for managing our boy Ryuk, and they were planning to open a one-person agency for that purpose. It was named the SKJ Entertainment Company, and the name itself impressed the secretary even more because this was perfect, and now they can handle the contracts without any further delays. The secretary told everyone that it was a great idea, because there will be more contracts to handle in the future. And hearing that, Ryuk started smiling with his teeth cutely visible. He realized that SKJ Entertainment is the first company under his name, and even when manager Kim has suggested this idea to assist Ryuk, this was going to be the start of an empire. We get a flashback of a few days ago, where Kim was wondering if they should establish a one-person agency or not, and even Ryuk was shocked, because even when he was from a business background, he did not think of it. But now that the company was going to get established, Ryuk was planning something even bigger than just a one-person agency. And even when it was starting small, it can grow into a massive global cooperation. We come to the present once again, where the secretary happily told the manager that he will also support the agency establishment, so that they don't really have much problems. And finally, the conversation was finished. While the secretary was looking forward to working with the boy and Ryuk was feeling really happy, putting his cute thumbprints onto the paper and hugging the contracts, telling everyone that the money was all his to take. Ryuk's mother was really getting sharp, but was still getting happy too, because her child was enjoying everything while Kim was, as always, impressed by her employer. As the scene shifts to the night, we see that Ryuk's mother had shown all the booklets to the father, telling him everything and explaining about how they ended up signing the contract. Meanwhile, Ryuk was just sleeping onto his father's lap, enjoying the whole conversation. But on the other hand, it was really overwhelming for the man himself, because first, it was the company stocks, then a new apartment on their name, and finally, the most shocking one was that their son was learning to read even without them knowing. He was feeling all left out, realizing that there were so many incredible things that had happened on the same day. To him, money and the house were great, but he was really pale on the face when he realized that their son can really read, while his father started crying, telling him that he was so proud of his son. Even when Ryuk tried to get off, it was not possible because his father was still stronger than him. And suddenly, both the men got an even bigger surprise because this was the time for them to eat dinner, and it was really an expensive one this time. They were enjoying some expensive meat and even fish with caviar on their plates, and cute little Min wondered about what these colorful things were. The mother explained to everyone that, as they have already received some part of contract deposit, she thought that maybe they could at least enjoy a small luxury as a family without using much of the money. But she still got ahead of herself and added some meat to Min's baby food too. It was the baby's first time tasting meat in his life, and his mouth was drooling with curiosity and hunger. The boy started eating with the help of his mother, while she turned towards the bigger brother, asking him if it was all right and the food was tasting good. The boy just showed a thumbs up to her mother and started eating, while thinking that there was no point in saving money on food, because if there was bad health which cursed them, then there would be nothing left to earn. Ryuk was not able to wait and started eating immediately while the mother was feeding the younger sibling, and the father was enjoying looking at their family. But suddenly, Ryuk's mother asked the father about if he talked to the boss or not. The man started explaining that he had already told the boss that he wanted to try doing something on his own, and the old man understood that the father wanted to start preparing for independence as well. So now, he suggested the man to prepare well and try opening his own store in some good place. Both Ryuk and the mother were shocked by this news, and the man thanked his son for providing him with some capital, realizing that if they saved and planned carefully, then maybe in 2 years, they could afford a small commercial space. And even his old boss said that he was ready to teach the man everything from making expensive food to running a store by himself. Younger Min started laughing along with his mother while she appreciated her husband, telling her to go for it, no matter what. Ryuk was not much behind, expressing his love to his father and smiling at him happily. The man was mesmerized, patting the head of his child while thanking him for letting his dad find a dream job that he wanted to pursue. But on the other hand, Ryuk was not worried the slightest, wishing for his dad to go and do everything he wanted. Because in 2 years, he was sure that he will earn enough to buy 10 or more commercial buildings for the whole family. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to another place where we see actress Lim, who is trying to know about what happened to the contract deal from Secretary Yang. The secretary was questioning the lady about why she was so curious, But the lady just told him that she was the one who recommended the kid to the vice chairman, so it was natural that she wanted a little update on how the things were going. But as she came to know that Ryuk had signed an exclusive contract with the company, she was having a devilish look on her face, while we see that someone other than her was also present in the room, and it was not a room to begin with, and instead, an office. Lim thanked the secretary for the information, and we see that Sun Sing was also listening to everything as he was not able to believe that Ryuk and his family, who did not sign his contract, was now affiliated with the electronic company exclusively. The actress told the old man that Ryuk has signed an exclusive model contract with the electronic company and even established a one-man agency, and the man was not able to believe that someone who had rejected their offer was now doing business with another one. He was not able to believe that Ryuk and his family dared to mess with him, and now they were strutting around like they owned the place. The man decided that he would not let it slide and wanted to unleash some paid thugs on them so that they can mess them up so bad that they cannot show their faces on the television. But the actress dared the old man to do it because it was not a good idea at all. Now that Ryuk was signed with the electronic company, he was not the same who he used to be. According to the actress, if the old man tried to do something with Ryuk, he was seriously saying that he laid hands on the vice president's assets. And judging from the contract, the president was having high expectations from Ryuk. And if something were to happen to such an important asset, there is no one who can tell the old man about how the president was going to react. But one thing was for sure, that the entertainment company will be decimated. The old man was really getting angry, scolding the actress and telling her to cut the conversation and get lost. He wanted the female to bring back the resigning paperwork, properly filled out. But as we see that the actress got away from the office, she looked at the exclusive contract renewal from the 7-year contract by the entertainment company, and she started tearing the whole contract up, deciding that she was not going to entertain him any further, as she was also not the same actress from 7 years ago. As the scene shifts, we come to the Ryuk family house, where his mother wanted to apply a face mask onto the cute little baby. We see that Ryuk was just calmly sleeping with a few pieces of cucumber all over his face, while he realized that he was feeling really good. The mother was looking at the cute baby, wondering if she should add some more so that the baby can enjoy. But Ryuk was too busy in enjoying the face mask and said nothing. He realized that ever since signing the exclusive contract with the Samjian company, things have changed a lot. At first, his manager had been swamped with the paperwork, while she told everyone that Ryuk was already booked for various commercials, and he was currently on a break. The manager lady was sorting through tons of casting requests for the new one-man agency, and she had been absolutely crushing it. And secondly, Ryuk's dad had a long and serious family discussion, and had decided to open a new restaurant near the apartments that the company will provide them in 2 years, so that he can build some customers there. And even the old man from his previous job was helping him with the secret recipe preparation. And lastly, their mom was barely keeping it together, trying to calm down the always whining young brother, while she was also helping Ryuk in taking care of his dry and irritated skin. In his past life, Ryuk would have got multiple facials that costed hundreds of thousands per session, where he would have beautiful ladies assisting him because he was the future CEO. But he was shocked to realize that the weird cucumber slices that his mother was keeping on his face were feeling even better, most probably because his mom was the one doing it instead of some paid beautiful lady. We see that Ryuk was eating some cucumber while also applying them on the mask, and his mother was really getting happy on the fact that he never complained, as he was really a good guy. Ryuk was feeling sleepy, and his mother decided to let him rest along with his younger brother. Until then, she decided to hang the laundry real quick. Ryuk was enjoying his peaceful time while he heard 2 announcements of the week's music chart, and we come to know that this week's #1 song on the top 10 chart was the same one that he chose for the band, called It Was a Lie. This song top was on the first position for 10 consecutive weeks, and Ryuk, who had already expected this much, was getting happy on the fact that the idol group was singing the song that his big brother picked for them, and they were doing great. So he decided that he will make them repay in some kind later. But still, Ryuk wondered about where Michael was, but his train of thoughts was interrupted as soon as he heard the bell. And as his mother opened the door, someone told her that they were from the electronic company. Ryuk's mother thought that it was work and allowed the person to enter, but he immediately got up and started running towards the main door, looking at the person who had arrived, as he was really looking like a ghost with a fully covered face, trying to hide his identity. He wondered about who the person was, getting nervous and confused at the same time. But as soon as the person saw Ryuk, he started screaming about how cute Ryuk actually was, realizing that he got even chubbier since the last time he had saw him. And as the baby had got a face mask on, it was enhancing his beauty. The mother realized that Ryuk was in danger and immediately stepped in between them, asking the person about who he was and why he was there for Ryuk when he was completely occupied. It was then that it is revealed that he was a she instead, and it was none other than the actress, who was happy to see Ryuk after so long. As usual, the girl was mesmerizing, while she asked the family if they have been doing well from all these days. But Ryuk was not at all happy by looking at the actress, because he knew about the affair of her and his past father. As the scene shifts, it was a coffee conversation, where the actress was shocked that Ryuk was living on such a small house. But the mother gave her a cup of coffee, and she delightfully thanked the female. Meanwhile, Ryuk was looking at her with suspecting eyes, while suddenly asking her about what brings the actress in their house. Realizing the reason about why she was there, the girl started apologizing, telling the mother that she wanted to do so from such a long time. But on the other hand, the mother was shocked, wondering about why the actress was suddenly apologizing. We see that the girl was crying, telling the lady that they have went through a lot because of her, due to her recommending Ryuk to the entertainment company. But she never imagined that the old man would go that far, and this is the reason that the lady almost started crying while apologizing to Ryuk. The boy remembered that in his past life, the actress and the old man were strictly business, and it was nothing more or less. Even when the actress was cunning like a fox, but aside from the affair with his dad, she never intentionally wanted to hurt anyone, and added to that, it was better for Ryuk to have people owe him than to create new enemies. The boy was serious while he told the lady that it was enough and it was okay, and she should not apologize. The actress was shocked, realizing that Ryuk was the one accepting her apology instead of his mother. Looking at the shock, the mother continued that the fact that she had come all the way to Ryuk's house and said everything in front means a lot to them, and they were only grateful to the actress for supporting Ryuk when no one else was. This touched the heart of the actress while she almost started crying, wondering about how someone can be so good-hearted. The actress decided to stay close to Ryuk's mother from now on, and they should speak casually. But suddenly, their heart-touching reunion was stopped by Ryuk, as he asked the lady about why she was there by using the name of Samjian if she wanted to apologize. The actress was shocked while the mother tried to scold Ryuk for being so rude. But on the other hand, the actress found it really clever that he can hold a proper conversation, and he learned to talk really fast. The lady came to the point, telling him that she come to deliver some kind of document. She took out an envelope from her coat and showed it to him, telling Ryuk that it was a document from the company regarding the contract. But the actress agreed that she had swiped it from the secretary himself. The mother wanted to have the contract immediately, but the actress was cunning, telling her that, as she had already made up her mind, she wanted to join the one-man agency of Ryuk, and this shocked Ryuk to the core as he wondered about what the cunning fox was up to now. Ryuk's mother wondered how the actress found out about the one-man agency. The lady told her that she begged Secretary Yang to tell her because she was a model of the entertainment company too. Along with that, the exclusive contract of the actress with the Shin company had just ended, which meant that now she was free to go. She was really disappointed in the CEO, and there was no reason for her to stay with the company anymore after the scandals he caused. Instead, she wanted to work at an agency that knows how to take care of their actors like a family. You are also the part of the same family, so hit the subscribe button to get the chapters of your favorite series faster. Ryuk's mother was completely moved by this statement, and the actress saw this opportunity, asking the mother to think about it because it was a really good opportunity for everyone, as she would get an agency and Ryuk's family would get her. As the actress was quite famous and made good money, she was sure that she would be helping in establishing the agency even more. She would try to give everything, including money, fame, and power. But deep inside, the actress wanted a spot in the agency because then it would be easier to move things the way she wanted. The actress asked if she should sign the contract, and the mother immediately agreed. But Ryuk stopped them, telling them that it was not going to happen no matter what. Both the mother and the actress were shocked to see this, but she wanted to know why it was so. The mother also scolded Ryuk for talking to the actress rudely. But Ryuk just turned around cutely, telling the mother that even when he does not have any reason, he was not going to let the actress have a spot. The mother tried explaining that Ryuk was a child who was suddenly throwing a strange tantrum, even when he does not do so. But still, she wanted her to discuss everything with the manager first so that it would be clear. As Ryuk saw that his mother was still considering taking the lady in, he started rolling on the floor and did the ultimate move of floor rolling, which was the infant's weapon. The actress was shocked while the mother wondered why Ryuk was doing so. This much tantrum also started waking up the little brother who wondered why Ryuk was crying, and it was just a matter of time before the younger sibling also started crying like the baby he was. The mother told actress Lim that she should wait, and she immediately ran toward her baby, asking the lady to wait. But as soon as the mother left, actress Lim made a strange expression, wondering why Ryuk does not like her. Lim immediately came closer to Ryuk, trying to poke his cheek, but he rolled away immediately while making a strange face, as he knew that the actress had clear ulterior motives, which were so obvious. Lim was a lady who never did anything that would be a loss for herself. So now she was looking at Ryuk and his company's future value and thinking of making a light investment. Because if it goes well, then it would be great, and even if it fails, she will not lose anything. And by only the thought of profit, Ryuk knew that she would not give any input. So Ryuk was denying her because his company would only be filled with his people. He did not need any fair-weather friends who come and go based on calculations, especially not a woman who would readily spill information to the vice president. Ryuk started making distorted sentences, telling Lim that she was no family and she was not on their side. Even Lim was sharp, wondering what Ryuk was thinking. The mother came back, apologizing to the actress because the child was not stopping. But suddenly the mother was shocked as she saw Lim going away. Lim told the lady that she would be taking her leave. She explained that she wanted to join Ryuk's agency even more, but now she thought that it was right for her to show a bit more sincerity. Ryuk was definitely not going to change, and wanted the lady to try all she wanted. Finally, she put out the documents that the company had sent to reopen and left, promising the family that she was going to see them soon. Lim was once again in her disguise as she got away. Even the mother realized that the actress came like a storm and left like a typhoon without much waiting. Even Ryuk was not completely disregarding the actress's value. But it was just that he needed someone who wants to seriously become a member and not just pass through their agency for profits. But now a bigger problem arose because Ryuk's mother was completely angry at him, calling him a bad boy and asking him about what kind of manners he was showing in front of adults who helped them. Even the baby was shocked after looking at his mother's devilish form. She thought that maybe the actress left because she was so surprised but already planned everything, telling the lady that the documents were there and they were more important to read first. The lady was not finished talking yet, but she decided to take a look at the documents first. But as soon as she opened the document, all the anger lifted away. It was a contract for advertisement filming for model Ryuk regarding the electronic company for their new products. As the scene shifts, we see that time passes and Ryuk, along with his mother and baby brother, was present on the set. It was a huge farmhouse, which surprised the lady as she wondered if there were places like this in their country all along. Finally, we see the familiar director once again who greeted both Ryuk and his mother. The happiest person to meet him was Ryuk himself because he wanted to work and earn money. The mother realized that the director was so good that the electronic company had hired him for another project too. The director was surprised to see that Ryuk had grown a lot once again and had become even more handsome. Ryuk was even wearing the sponsored clothes of the company so that it hit the mark even further. The director agreed that the dress looked great. The mother wanted to know about the brand, and the director told her that it was a franchise called Petite Kachan Asterisk. The boy immediately realized that the name meant little pig in French. And as he was already self-conscious about being chubby, he started throwing a tantrum once again, but stopped once his mother told him so. On the other hand, we see the car of the vice president arriving at the set. As he saw Ryuk playing and getting angry with the director, the vice president looked at everything and realized that it had been a while since he last saw him. One other person was riding beside the vice president, realizing that the child that the vice president was sponsoring was actually really great. We come to know that this person was actually the president of the entertainment company, or rather, the grandfather of Jeong in his previous life. The president came out of the car slowly but surely, while even the vice president was respecting him. On the other hand, the old man wanted his son to stop treating him like an old man. He only acted a little sick in front of the media. The vice president agreed, and his father revealed that he had already seen the proposal his son had submitted. His plan was to prepare a noisy commercial centered around the child actor. But this was completely opposite of what their company had done for so long. They had always produced dignified and classy advertisements, but now it was going to be chaotic. The vice president was ready, telling his father that it was necessary to make a change, as the chaotic style was the latest advertisement trend. It was about time the company shed its outdated and stiff image, but the old man took it personally, asking his son if he meant that his ways were wrong. The vice president immediately told him it was a misunderstanding, but even so, the old man got off his son's neck, telling him to do as he pleased. Judging from his confident tone, the old man was sure his son was up to something. Even the vice president didn't like his father for the strict and rigid company rules, but he still wanted to know why his son was putting so much effort into just a child actor with an uncertain future. The son replied that it was a future investment, and he was sure about it. The old man was flustered after hearing this, wondering what a small child could possibly have that was worth investing in. Hearing that, the vice president smiled as he remembered that the actress had told him she wanted to join the one-man agency of the boy, even when she could easily get into a famous agency. It was an investment far more worthy. The entertainment industry and the advertising scene aren't what they used to be. Being relatable and friendly to the public is everything now, and Ryuk was the year's most popular child actor. The actress wanted to use that for her own popularity too. As Ryuk was adjusting her image to match the market, it was a great opportunity worth investing in for the future. The wise vice president was sure Ryuk was going to be a huge success. But suddenly he was interrupted by his father, who genuinely complimented Ryuk because the kid was already reading while all the other kids just cried. Ryuk had just turned 3 and had already learned to read, which was pretty fast for his age. Even the vice president hadn't learned to read until he turned 5. The grandfather suddenly said something that shocked the vice president, telling him that Ryuk should be his child instead of someone else, because none of his current grandkids were up to standard. Even the vice president realized his father was right, and it was just disappointing. On the other hand, Ryuk's ears were itchy, and he wondered if someone was talking about him. Ryuk was reading and discovered that the commercial he had to shoot was about a new vacuum cleaner. So he reviewed the entire ad plot and was certain that this ad would determine the future of the electronics company and its business direction. Now, he was sure the advertisement was going to raise his value even more. But suddenly Ryuk's train of thought was interrupted by some familiar voices. As he turned around, he saw it was the super-famous idol group Justice Asterisk, and they immediately started flirting with Ryuk's mother, calling out to her and telling her she had become even prettier. Their leader asked if she had been doing well. Even our boy was happy after meeting his friends, and he noticed that their faces were absolutely glowing. But one person was still missing, Michael, who didn't want to see Ryuk. The whole group thanked Ryuk because, thanks to him, they were doing really well. The title song that Ryuk had chosen for them had already been at #1 for 30 weeks in a row. The mother couldn't believe it had been such a hit and that her son had chosen it. Even Ryuk was blushing intensely, trying to hide it as the whole group thanked him again and again. He knew everything was going smoothly because every member of the group did exactly what he said. So now he wanted the group to repay him. Hearing that, Hyun suddenly lifted Ryuk into the air, telling him that he just needed to say a word and they would prepare anything they could. Ryuk was annoyed by the sudden lift, but he was happy that they were going to do anything for him. But suddenly the director clapped and gathered everyone's attention, telling them that now that everyone was there, they should start filming. As the filming began, both the leader and Ryuk were on set, making it even more amazing. The familiar assistant director, who was still working with the director on this project, called out to both Hyun and Sion, and they started running toward her. But Ryuk noticed something and wondered where Michael was. Hearing his name, all the other members of the group stopped in their tracks, and even the mother was surprised, now wondering where the fifth member was. Then came the shocking news. Michael had left the *Justice* group. Ryuk was stunned by the news, wondering why it happened. Hyun told him that Michael had just wanted to leave. After Ryuk scolded him for doing something wrong, he got all sulky. Then one day, he suddenly said that he missed his family and quit the group just like that, going back to them. Since it happened so suddenly, the other group members didn't even have a chance to stop him. But to Ryuk, this was even more shocking, because if Michael had left the group, it meant the future had completely changed. In his past life, Michael caused a bunch of scandals, but he still stayed with *Justice until the end. Even after committing several crimes, he finally retired and disappeared. But this one thing had completely changed. Ryuk immediately realized it all happened because Michael met the baby Ryuk, so he knew he was the one who changed the future. And that shocked him completely, because it was out of his calculations. But suddenly, Ryuk was even more shocked when he turned around and saw two members of the group fighting with each other, something they would never do. No matter what, the assistant director tried to stop them, but it wasn't working. The boy wondered why all of it was happening. There was simply too much going on. But suddenly, he saw Jae, who was actually angry at Sion for looking down on him because he couldn't act. Sion immediately disagreed, telling Jae that he never looked down on him, but was just disappointed with his attitude. The assistant director wondered what was wrong with Jae's acting and wanted to see it for herself. But now, as the shoot continued, everyone clearly noticed that Jae was overacting beyond comprehension. Even Ryuk was shocked, even though he had already seen this happen before. Jae was a pure idol with a soft way of speaking and a cute personality. Everyone loved him. But when it came to acting, it just looked like he was overdoing it in every scene. Compared to that, Sion was the exact opposite. He was so blunt that everyone wondered how he could even be an idol. But as an actor, he was something else. Ryuk immediately called out to Sion, asking him to try the role instead. Jae was shocked upon hearing Ryuk clearly pronounce his name. Jae wanted Sion to try acting instead of picking fights about others not being serious. Even Sion wondered if he should do it. Ryuk's eyes were sparkling as he encouraged the boy to give it a try. As soon as Sion got to the stage, Ryuk wanted him to show everyone just how talented an actor he truly was. Sion acted like a professional, executing each and every shot with precision, knowing exactly what to do without needing direction. Even Jae was shocked, wondering if it was really the calm and introverted Sion. The assistant director was glad that Sion did the scene, and even she never imagined that the quiet and reserved guy could be so good at acting. But now the assistant director was in a dilemma, because she had to tell Jae that he was out and they should cast Sion instead. She wondered if Jae would actually be upset. But Ryuk wasn't worried, because one of Jae's strengths was that he could acknowledge reality quickly and didn't cling to unnecessary pride. We see Jae complimenting Sion for such a great performance, telling him to go for acting if he could. He now understood why Sion was saying that he wasn't being serious before. As Jae agreed to let his friend take the role, the assistant director realized that Jae was truly a good person. Ryuk realized that everything was moving properly once again, but he also wondered if this was what true happiness was supposed to feel like. In his past life, both Jae and Sion had started doing solo activities and stopped working as a group. Rumor had it that they stayed awkward with each other until their retirement. But now, the two were completely like brothers, suggesting ways to help each other improve. Ryuk had now completely decided that he would surpass his past life. He knew that while some things flowed just like before, they could still be changed and reshaped if he wanted. So he could do anything he set his mind to. As the scene shifted, it was already night, and the director thanked Ryuk and his mother for all their hard work. We see that the boy was completely exhausted. Maybe it was because it had been a while since his last commercial shoot, but he also had a lot of lines. Now, his throat wasn't working properly, and he just wanted to lie down at home and enjoy his favorite snacks. But Ryak was suddenly shocked when he saw a woman running toward them. It was none other than the actress herself. She had come to help Ryak and his team after the long commercial shoot, and had even brought her car. Ryak realized just how cunning this woman actually was, especially since she said she was going to show more sincerity. She was clearly doing all this just to get into the agency no matter what. Since Ryak was too tired, he knew he had to pretend not to realize her real intentions and accept her kindness. The actress told Ryak's mother to get in comfortably so they could drive home. Then she revealed that she had reserved a really great place for them to rest, inside a very expensive hotel. She even called out to Ryak, telling him to go into the room she had specifically booked for them. Ryak was shocked to be in this place again, because in his past life, this was his sole food spot. It had the best black bean noodles in the whole area. He couldn't believe he was seeing the glorious sight again and immediately got up, wanting to eat the soup. His mother tried to stop him. In his previous life, he used to sneak over alone and eat to his heart's content, typical overeating behavior. But in this life, he couldn't even dream of affording such an expensive hotel, let alone see black bean soup at all. Ryak was sure he wouldn't see this restaurant again for at least 10 more years. But still, it was happening. So Ryak used his super ultimate technique of instant inhalation and gulped down his entire bowl of black bean soup in one go. Meanwhile, Ryak's mother was worried because the dishes looked incredibly expensive. But the actress just smiled, telling Ryak's mother that she was showing sincerity to get into the agency no matter what. And the surprises weren't over. Another show of sincerity came when the actress told Ryak that she and her team had taken care of Shin Entertainment Company too. Even after wronging Ryak, Shin Entertainment didn't repent and even dared to spread malicious rumors about the actress and the vice president. So she decided to teach them a lesson. Ryak happily enjoyed his food while listening to everything. The manager was shocked to see that Ryak had already finished eating and his bowl was empty. So he finally decided to let the actress join the agency. He was all for it. The actress almost started crying. She couldn't believe Ryak had finally accepted her. She wondered if it was because he liked the black bean soup. Even though Ryak wanted to say yes, he disagreed. He was also convinced that the future could change. Maybe even the actress Lim could become someone better than the one he knew. And maybe, in the process, she could become a reliable ally for Ryak and his team. On the other hand, the actress was really happy. She told Ryak's mother that, since the boy had agreed, she would really work hard and be a great help to the agency. But Ryak's mother was still unsure. She told the actress that she would give her an answer after discussing it with Ryak's father. As the scene shifted, we arrive at Ryak's house, where we see the manager and Ryak's parents discussing the matter together. The father was completely against letting anyone outside the family join the agency. Everyone was stunned to learn that Ryak's father was against actress Lim joining their agency. But the man calmly explained his reasoning. Despite calling it an agency, they didn't even have a proper office or staff. In truth, they were barely holding things together as is. Bringing on such a high-profile actress could shatter the fragile balance they had. The whole structure could collapse under pressure, with everyone overextending themselves to meet unrealistic expectations. After thinking it over, even Ryak had to admit that his father had made a valid point. Right now, their so-called agency was essentially a one-woman operation. Manager Kim handled everything: CEO duties, scheduling, general affairs, and while Ryak chipped in with planning and recruitment ideas, it wasn't enough. What they truly needed was someone trustworthy to help run the business side. But finding someone decent wasn't easy. Suddenly, an idea struck Ryak. Without a word, he bolted out of the room, leaving his parents confused. Back in the living room, his father continued, saying they should at least hire a bookkeeper first, someone to handle finances properly. Hearing that, Ryak's mother froze in surprise. Moments later, Ryak came sprinting back, waving a book in his hands. He shouted to his mom to look at it. It was a textbook on accounting and basic bookkeeping. And the most shocking part, it belonged to his mother. Everyone turned to her in surprise. Her face turned pale while Kim stared at the book with wide eyes. Curious, Kim asked her about it. Ryuk's mom admitted, somewhat bashfully, that she had graduated from a commercial high school and had even worked in bookkeeping for a while. She had considered returning to work to support her husband, but with limited experience and no recent credentials, no one was willing to hire her. Before she could start feeling discouraged, Ryuk beamed at her and told her she could absolutely do it. This was a small company, it was their own company, and in this case, experience wasn't as important as trust. She would be handling their money, and who better to trust than family? She wouldn't have to worry about hidden motives or shady dealings. Ryuk's smile turned mischievous as he declared that they'd already found the perfect hire. Kim and Ryuk's father both encouraged her as well, reminding her how often she had said she wanted to work again. With her husband's full support and her son's enthusiasm, Ryuk's mother finally agreed. She promised to give it her best and was touched by the faith her family had placed in her. Knowing it was only their own money made her feel more confident, and Ryuk vowed to support her every step of the way. Just then, Kim interjected with another suggestion. She mentioned that the unit above her apartment had just become vacant. They could set up an office there. Since it was in her building, they wouldn't need to worry about rent. Ryuk's mom was shocked by the offer, asking Kim if she was really okay with it. Kim nodded seriously. To her, this one-man agency wasn't just Ryuk's project, it was hers too. She wanted to see it grow and believed that having a sense of ownership was vital to the agency's future. Ryuk couldn't contain his excitement. He jumped up with his small, energetic frame and shouted that they were really going to do it. The one-man agency would grow into a full-fledged company and maybe even something huge someday. The next day, the actress Lim arrived at the new office space carrying some refreshing watermelon for the summer heat. Ryuk's mother was shocked to see her, surprised that Lim had visited their house. But the actress smiled and said she had come to check on their progress now that they were setting up the office. Lim was taken aback when she saw actual office supplies on the desks. She hadn't expected them to be so serious about it. Ryuk's mother, however, was flustered, apologizing for the cramped and shabby apartment-turned-office. But Lim waved it off, saying she preferred neat, functional spaces over flashy, soulless ones, especially when so many big agencies were corrupt, like Shen Company, whose CEO was infamous for spreading false accusations. Then Lim pulled out a newspaper and handed it to Ryuk's mom. The headline read, "Top star actress Lim signs exclusive deal with child actor Ryuk's one-man agency." Ryuk's mom was stunned. The article was already out. Lim, on the other hand, seemed pleased. Now that it was public, there was no turning back. They couldn't just fire her now. But then she looked around and asked where Ryuk had gone. Ryuk's mom explained that he was upstairs, taking care of his baby brother. Lim followed her upstairs and found Ryuk reading a picture book about a candy house to his younger brother, Min, who was practically drooling at the thought. The sight of the two boys, Ryuk, patient and responsible, and Min, cute and clingy, made Lim smile with admiration. She thought the two of them were just too adorable. Min had started crawling around and was now stuck to Ryuk like glue, making it a bit difficult for him, but Ryuk didn't mind. He was a good older brother and took his role seriously. Lim clapped her hands, smiling as she said things were shaping up nicely. With Min growing so quickly, she suggested bringing him along to an upcoming event. Ryuk's mom looked confused, so Lim explained that the 10th birthday party of the vice president's son from Samjian Group was coming up. It would be held at the luxurious Samjian Hotel on the evening of July 8th. Ryuk's mother was flattered and a little excited, but Ryuk stiffened the moment he heard that date. Memories from his past life came flooding back. He remembered that reckless younger brother who had never once helped him when he needed it most. Was he really going to meet him again? Just then, Min poked Ryuk's cheek, snapping him back to reality. Looking at the baby's innocent face, Ryuk felt a wave of relief. This sibling, this Min, was nothing like the one he had before. Min clung to him constantly, perhaps too much, but it was comforting in a way. Still, the date July 8th continued to gnaw at his mind. He was sure something major had happened that day in his past life, but the memory was still just out of reach. That night, all three men of the house, Ryuk, his father, and baby Min, were fast asleep. But then, the phone rang, breaking the quiet. Ryuk's mother answered, still drowsy. On the other end was Secretary Yang. She informed her in a calm but serious tone that the party had been postponed indefinitely. Ryuk, now awake, overheard the call. Alarmed, he dashed toward the TV. His instincts screamed that something major had just happened. Sure enough, when the TV flickered on, a news anchor appeared, reporting breaking news. The government had entered a state of emergency. The supreme leader of the Democratic People's Republic had died. Suddenly, Ryuk understood. That was why the date July 8th had felt so familiar. The memories came rushing back, and the shock on his face said it all. The news reported that at precisely 2:00 a.m., it was officially confirmed that the president had passed away. The government was responding swiftly, but the country had already been thrown into a state of deep unease. The cause of death was heart disease, a fact Ryuk remembered all too well. That night, July 8, 1994, was engraved into his memory. It had been a turning point in his previous life, when the nation, already on the brink of a peace agreement with the North, suddenly found itself flustered and leaderless. The fear that war might reignite gripped both politicians and citizens alike. All around the world, tension grew. The United States, China, and Japan were closely watching, while at home, the power vacuum created by the president's death pushed the country into a long stretch of internal instability. Some people had hoped that unification would now be possible, believing the crisis might create an opportunity for reconciliation, while others were stricken with sadness and dread. In the end, what followed was a march of hardship. The poor slipped deeper into poverty, while the rich became richer, and Ryuk knew all too well how the imbalance had shaped the years that followed. Given these extraordinary circumstances, it was only natural that the upcoming birthday celebration had been delayed by more than 10 days. Just as his thoughts swirled around that turbulent time, Ryuk was pulled back to the present by his father, who was staring at the television in disbelief, noticing that the stock market had plunged into chaos. The moment Ryuk saw that, something clicked. Turning quickly to his parents, he reminded them that the vice president of Samjian had already promised to give him some stocks as a birthday gift. Then, in a rush, he insisted they should buy more, and quickly, before the market adjusted. Even before his father could respond, Ryuk had started pressing the issue, telling him they had to buy as much as they could now, while prices were still plummeting. He explained that panic was driving people to sell off their shares in fear of war, but in times like these, buying was the key. Stocks should be bought when they were at their knees and sold at their shoulders, he stressed, his tone urgent and strangely mature for a child. He began rattling off names of sectors, chemicals, heavy industries, and especially defense stocks. If his father didn't want to use his own money, then he should at least invest the cash Ryuk had earned. But no matter how much he reasoned, his father remained skeptical. So Ryuk pulled his last card. If they didn't buy the stocks, he would stop eating altogether. His mother's expression turned serious immediately. She knew her son, if he said he wouldn't eat, then he truly wouldn't, no matter how much they tried to convince him. At first, his father tried to come up with a plan, believing that Ryuk's tantrum was just a childish phase. He suggested to his wife that they could pretend to buy the shares and keep Ryuk happy without actually doing it. But Ryuk, sharp and alert, overheard every word and lashed out, nearly shouting, asking if his father truly thought he was that much of a fool. There was something in his voice, firm, cold, and commanding, that unsettled the man. For a moment, he was reminded of Jinwoo, a figure Ryuk had resembled in his outburst. Realizing there was no getting around it and that the stocks Ryuk had pointed out weren't particularly expensive, Ryuk's mother suggested they buy just one or two as a birthday gift. His father reluctantly agreed. That was enough for Ryuk. One share was all he needed. When its value soared in the coming months, his parents would begin to realize that their son wasn't just being strange or lucky, he had an uncanny sense for timing. Of course, none of them knew what awaited the country in the future. Only Ryuk knew how much turmoil lay ahead, but within him he made a quiet vow. This time he would protect his new family. 10 days later, they arrived at the Samjian Hotel. It was a lavish venue, swarming with powerful people dressed in expensive suits and glittering dresses. Ryuk stood in a quiet corner alongside his mother, younger sibling Min, and his manager, Kim. His mother seemed overwhelmed, eyes wide as she took in the extravagant decorations and opulence. She whispered in awe, wondering how wealthy people could spend so much just on a child's birthday. Even Kim seemed to struggle to adjust to the environment. But Ryuk remained calm. Compared to his own 10th birthday celebration in his previous life, complete with a champagne fountain and a towering cake crafted by a French pâtissier, this party was modest. It was clear the government had pressured the family to scale things down following the president's death. Still, to his family, the surroundings were surreal. Despite the celebration, the air buzzed with tension. Whispers about the late president, war fears, and the uncertain political climate echoed from every direction. Ryuk was silently observing all of it when a familiar voice called out to them. It was Secretary Yang, accompanied by his son. The secretary greeted Ryuk's mother warmly, shaking her hand and thanking her for attending. His son stepped forward, introduced himself as Chial, and greeted them politely. His mother smiled, complimenting the boy on his manners and remarking how mature he was. Ryuk, however, was stunned. In his past life, Chial had been someone he'd taken care of like a younger brother. Now their positions were reversed. Chial took his hand, leading him toward the seating area with confidence, while his mother blushed softly, murmuring that it looked like her son had found himself a dependable older brother. Ryuk also flushed slightly, reminded of how capable Chial had been even back then. The warmth of that memory tugged at him, but before he could dwell on it, a familiar sight caught his attention, long, brown hair fluttering in the air. He muttered the name Jianghe without even realizing it. Chial turned to him in surprise, asking if he knew the daughter of the steel company. Ryuk hesitated, then brushed it off, claiming he might have seen her somewhere before. In truth, he knew her very well. In his previous life, she had been his first love. They had even talked of marriage until her family's company wavered during the IMF crisis. Her father had urged her to break off the relationship, and she had done so, choosing security over love. He had hated her for it, resented her deeply for betraying him over money. But now, Ryuk saw things differently. She had simply done what he himself was doing, trying to protect her family. Jianghe looked over, confused, perhaps sensing Ryuk's familiarity. Chial asked if Ryuk had a habit of talking to himself, and Ryuk quickly turned away, muttering something under his breath before walking off. But as he did, someone deliberately stuck out a foot and Ryuk fell hard to the ground. His mother and Min rushed over, concerned, and Secretary Yang hurried to check on him. But Ryuk knew it wasn't an accident. Someone had tripped him. A sharp, sneering voice reached his ears, asking if he was really the one the vice president cared so much about. As Ryuk turned, he saw him, Teho, his younger brother from his past life, as arrogant and empty-headed as ever. Ryuk had no patience for him this time. Teho smirked, declaring loudly that Ryuk was nothing special and shouldn't have been invited to the party. But before he could go any further, Ryuk delivered a clean, satisfying slap across his face, stunning the entire crowd. This time, Ryuk wasn't going to let anyone walk over him, not even blood. The crowd had seen it clearly, Ryuk standing his ground, the sharpness in his gaze and the dignity in his posture reminding them of someone who had already experienced a lifetime of battles. The slap had landed with such confident precision that both Secretary Yang and Ryuk's mother were stunned. Their first thought was whether the two children were all right, but Ryuk's mother immediately pulled him close, attempting to scold him for causing a scene. Ryuk, however, didn't let her go further. He stated plainly that the boy, Teho, had tripped him on purpose. Secretary Yang, hearing that, turned to his own son and asked if it was true. Teho, arrogant and defiant, didn't answer directly. Instead, he sneered, questioning whether the secretary was supposed to serve him or Ryuk, as if he were entitled to obedience simply by birth. Yang knew better than to expect a straight answer from him and turned instead to Chial. Without hesitation, the younger boy confirmed what had happened, that Teho had tripped Ryuk on purpose and absolutely deserved the slap. Min, Ryuk's younger brother, immediately took his brother's side, glaring at Teho with all the fury he could muster. Their mother, though still upset, gently reminded Ryuk that hitting others wasn't right. But Ryuk corrected her bluntly. Teho wasn't his friend, and he had absolutely deserved it. What she didn't know was that Ryuk had dealt with kids like Teho before. Brats like him, who preyed on the weak, didn't stop until they were shown resistance. Ryuk had simply made sure that this time, the bully knew he had teeth. Seeing the tension rise, Secretary Yang stepped in quickly, telling Teho that he was at fault too, and that if he caused any more trouble, the vice president wouldn't be pleased. The mention of his father's name had an immediate effect. Teho, who had been puffed up with pride and anger, suddenly shrank back. The fear in his eyes was unmistakable, and Ryuk, watching this reaction, realized something surprising. just like in his past life. Even the younger Teho was terrified at the mere mention of his father. Their mother gently handed Min over to manager Kim and sat Ryuk on her lap, brushing his hair back as she examined his knees. She asked softly if it hurt much and noticed a scrape that had started to swell. Muttering that she would apply some ointment once they got home, she tried to soothe him with a mother's care. Ryuk accepted it quietly. Teho, sitting to the side with a sulky expression, suddenly asked Secretary Yang when his mother would be arriving. The secretary glanced at his watch before explaining that she had been delayed by work and would arrive later. Trying to cheer him up, he suggested Teho enjoy the party in the meantime. But Teho's face crumpled as he whined that neither his mom nor his dad had come to his birthday party, and if they weren't coming, he didn't want the stupid celebration at all. Then the tantrum hit full force. Tears began to fall as he cried openly in front of all the guests, a pitiful mess in a crisp designer suit. The secretary tried to calm him down, guiding him to a side table and whispering in a low voice, but the damage had been done. The mood had soured again, and guests were murmuring uncomfortably. Ryuk's mother, despite knowing Teho could be a brat, was clearly moved by the scene. No child should be sitting alone, abandoned by his parents, especially on his birthday. Even Kim looked displeased, shaking his head at the sight. If this was what being rich meant, children left to cry alone while their parents chased power and prestige, then perhaps it wasn't something to admire after all. Ryuk already knew the whole situation. Around this time in his previous life, Teho's mother was always preoccupied, tending to her father-in-law, a powerful politician in failing health. As for his father, he had no interest in birthdays. The man was more concerned with keeping up appearances, spending his time with actresses and schmoozing influential guests. He never truly cared. But unlike Ryuk, who had grown numb to it, Teho was fragile. He absorbed the neglect like a sponge and always cried harder than anyone expected. This time was no different. Even as the secretary tried to control the damage, the boy's sobs echoed through the hall. Sensing that the party was tipping dangerously toward disaster, Secretary Yang took the microphone and addressed the guests, thanking them for attending Teho's birthday celebration. He encouraged everyone to enjoy the gourmet meal that had been carefully prepared and announced that a special performance had been arranged for the evening. As the servers began bringing out the food, Ryuk's mother leaned toward him and said she'd requested black bean noodles just for him. At the mention of his favorite meal, all thoughts of the crying brat vanished from Ryuk's mind. The delicious food made the awkward scenes suddenly feel worth enduring. Meanwhile, the secretary introduced the highlight of the evening. The nation's top idol group would be performing live. Ryuk blinked in surprise. Even he hadn't expected something this extravagant. The surprises weren't over, though. His eyes drifted to Jeonghi, who was already at the front of the crowd, waving and cheering enthusiastically for the idols. She looked nothing like the calm and elegant girl from before. Ryuk could hardly believe it, so she was a huge fan of idol groups. It was something he decided to remember for later. The idols took the stage and the mood began to lift. Ryuk's mother and Jeonghi were both acting like giggling teenagers, squealing in delight as the performance began. It was a little embarrassing to watch, but Ryuk had to admit it worked. Secretary Yang had turned the disastrous atmosphere into one of celebration with just good food and a bit of flash. The guests laughed, clapped, and settled into their seats. But even as the music played, Teho was still sniffling alone at his table. His eyes were red and puffy, and his nose was running. Ryuk glanced over and sighed. No matter how annoying the kid was, seeing him left alone like that didn't sit right. He wondered just what the hell his parents were doing that they couldn't be bothered to show up for their own son's birthday. And then, the large double doors at the entrance of the banquet hall swung open. All heads turned. The secretary, eyes wide in shock, paused before quickly rushing toward the newcomers. It was none other than the vice president and his wife. The announcement echoed over the speakers as the secretary declared their arrival and asked the guests to welcome them with applause. The room erupted politely, and as the couple walked in with poise and gravitas, the vice president's gaze swept over the room and paused when he saw Ryuk. It was the first time Ryuk had seen his mother-in-law from his past life again. She looked the same, cold beauty with sharp eyes and a flawless exterior. Her gaze lingered briefly on him, and she commented dryly that he looked cute before walking away without another word. Ryuk wasn't fazed. He knew her act too well. That woman had always been like this, elegant, proper, and distant. They called her the Iron Lady. She lived for work and achievements, not people. Teho, however, was overjoyed. His tears dried instantly as he rushed toward his parents, finally smiling after what had felt like an eternity. Even Ryuk's mother, watching the family reunited, whispered that they looked like such a happy family when they were all together. But Ryuk knew better. Appearances could lie. That family was a hollow structure built on wealth, ambition, and cold success. There was no love in that house, no warmth between husband, wife, and child, only expectations and rules. Ryuk, however, had found something better this time. He had a new family, one that truly cared, one that gave him strength, not status. With them, he knew he could reach far greater heights than he ever had in the past. But the warmth of the moment didn't last long. Summer 1995 arrived and Ryuk had just turned 5. Yet now he lay in a hospital bed, his small frame hooked to an oxygen mask. The room was quiet, tense. Something had gone terribly wrong, and those who loved him could only wait and wonder what fate had dealt them this time. We go to a flashback once again to the summer of 1995, where we see multiple people taking out equipment from a bus. They were all porters helping with the house shift, and as everything was done, the main delivery guy was happy because they had finished arranging the furniture exactly as Ryuk's dad had requested. The man also thanked the delivery guy, not able to believe that the move went this smoothly. Since the delivery guy had received extra payment to have Samjian handle everything neatly, it was indeed going to be without a hassle. The guy wanted to take his leave, but before that, he asked for a favor. Ryuk's dad remembered and called the cute little child back as the movers were leaving, saying he should thank them. Ryuk came running into the hall, wondering if his father had called him. This time, the boy had a different glimmer in his eyes. He had just turned 5 and looked even cuter. The delivery guy bowed in front of Ryuk and told him that his whole family had been fans since Ryuk started acting in just baby asterisk. His wife had even made a stuffed toy by hand, which she wanted to give to Ryuk. The delivery guy wanted to give it personally. Ryuk accepted the stuffed toy and thanked the delivery guy with a cute and happy face. That much was enough to melt the guy's heart. As multiple employees came to pick him up, Ryuk's dad waved goodbye to them. Just then, the mother came in and asked if everything was done. She had returned after putting the little brother to sleep and was happy that, starting that day, they were finally beginning a new life in their new home, something they had never imagined before. The whole house was now shining brightly because it was completely new, and the mother couldn't believe this was their home. But the father was happy because the vice president truly had a generous heart, and thanks to him, they got the house early. However, Ryuk was not as surprised. He knew it would happen. After all, he had delivered results worthy of it in exchange for becoming the company's exclusive child model. The contract stated that Ryuk would receive some stock and a brand new apartment 2 years later. But before the contract even expired, the vice president had already sent them the keys, officially stating that the construction had finished early. In reality, it was because Ryuk had made a major contribution to the success of their next-gen image project. Both parents decided to sort out the kitchen first, but Ryuk knew that the vice president had 3 flagship projects, creating a new image for the company, securing proprietary technology, and finally, entering semiconductor development. Currently, Samjian had surpassed 2 other companies in electronics and ranked as the #1 consumer-preferred brand. While it could be attributed to the company's ability to roll out great products, one couldn't deny Ryuk's contribution. His cuteness had helped sell those products. Ryuk had really worked like an ox, and even the president of Samjian was praising him, a fact told to his family by the actress. Ryuk pouted, thinking that this much wasn't enough. He thought the company should have given him more perks, bonuses, or incentives. His thoughts were interrupted when Ryuk's father came near and whispered in his ear, asking what they should do today. As Ryuk turned around, he noticed the TV was on, broadcasting stock reports announcing a bearish market this year. After analyzing, Ryuk told his father to buy more Samjian stocks because it would be better in the long term. Even though the man second-guessed it, Ryuk knew the real reason behind the stock drop. It was due to the global economic cold wave dragging everything down. But Samjian would multiply several times in the future, because it was destined to become a legend in the semiconductor industry. Ryuk had come from the future and knew that the company had secretly secured DRAM production tech early this year, which would be a pivotal turning point. Ignoring his father's hesitation, Ryuk insisted they buy the electronic stock. The man realized that his son's gut instinct was never wrong and agreed, even though he was scratching his head. He decided to buy anyway. It was then revealed that Ryuk's father had already become his son's unofficial stock manager, since one defense stock Ryuk had told him about had soared more than tenfold. The experience was so dramatic for him that he began consulting Ryuk regularly for stock picks, and Ryuk never failed to choose the right ones. At this point, Ryuk's father genuinely believed that their child had some sort of investment instinct. So if Ryuk said buy, then they were definitely going to buy. But for Ryuk, it was easy. His father's simplicity made things easier. Still, Ryuk wondered why the man was so into stocks. Was it really about chasing money? But even when the father was intimidated by Ryuk's serious face, he just told the boy that it was cool to get them right, and that it was fun making money like that. But more than anything, the man wanted to save up a bit so that he could give Ryuk's mom a proper wedding. This shocked Ryuk to the core as he realized how simplistic his father was, yet how deeply he cared for his family. Ryuk's father told him not to mention anything to his mother. But this time, Ryuk was with his dad, deciding to help him in everything. The father was happy, almost tearing up together with the boy. Suddenly, the little brother woke up and asked Ryuk if he would read a book for him. Now that he was 3 years old, and since their mom was busy finishing the kitchen, Ryuk called the little boy over. He smiled, knowing he'd get to hear stories told by his brother. As Ryuk's father looked at everything, he was shocked to see that the little child had brought a book titled *Crime and Punishment* by a top-tier author. He wondered if kids that young should even read something like that. But even as he tried to stop them, the two brothers were already so immersed in the story that he hesitated. It was then revealed that Ryuk had been personally teaching his younger brother many things. He was giving him the exact style of education he had received in his early age, from humanities to economics and even multiple foreign languages. And even though the little kid had potential, he was unlike Ryuk's past life brother, who had been a complete idiot. As Ryuk patted his small brother, he decided that he would raise him well and use him as a competent subordinate, giving a devilish smile. But suddenly, the phone rang. Ryuk's mother answered. It was the manager who wanted to know how everything was going. The mother explained with a smile that the move was completely finished and that she could come over any time to celebrate. Even though there was a new celeb interview at the company, the mother told her to come whenever she had time. Ryuk was happy with this, because even the SKJ was running smoothly. He knew that putting the manager in charge had been the right call. But suddenly, he heard his mother talking about a Samjian electronics event at one of the department stores, and that even the vice president would be attending. Now Ryuk was unhappy, not really looking forward to meeting his previous old man once again. But the mother agreed to whatever the manager said. As the scene shifts to the night once again, we come to a large department store where multiple executives were walking around. One old man saw that there was some kind of company event. But then we see that the department store was not completely finished. It had visible cracks due to poor construction. As the scene shifts to the next day, a car pulls up near the apartment building. Ryuk's mother steps out and notices manager Kim arriving, clearly surprised to see the lady already waiting. With a concerned look, she tells Kim that she and Ryuk could have just headed to the event on their own, that Kim didn't need to come since she was probably busy. But Kim insists that no matter how packed the company's schedule is, her main job is still being Ryuk's manager. She then looks around, asking where the boy is, only for Ryuk to peek out from behind his mother's legs with a cute, confident grin. Kim can't help but smile, complimenting how sharp he looks, guessing he put in some effort to clean up. With all three in high spirits, they get in the car and head to the event. On the road, Kim casually brings up that she'd recently spoken with actress Lim, and they're thinking of relocating the office closer to the apartment complex. Ryuk's mom hesitates, thinking that's an expensive area, but Kim reassures her that it's manageable now since they've signed several exclusive celebrities. She explains how crucial visibility is in their industry, and the move would serve that purpose well. Apparently, even Ryuk liked the idea when he overheard it before. His mother is surprised, but trusts that if Ryuk approves, it should be fine. She turns to ask him more about when he overheard the talk, only to find him already fast asleep. She smiles knowingly, understanding that Ryuk must be worn out from watching over Min all morning. Min, still stuck to Ryuk like glue, kept asking him to read books for him, and watching the two refer to each other as big and little brother always made for an amusing sight. As they near the event hall, Kim informs Ryuk's mother, and they begin to wonder what to do with Ryuk still asleep. His mother decides to carry him and let him rest a bit more before the event starts. Time passes and Ryuk gradually wakes up, groggy and confused about why the ground beneath him feels so shaky. That's when he realizes he's on his mother's back and she's smiling, relieved he's awake. He looks around, now aware that they've reached the event location, and is startled that he's already inside. Flustered, he starts to squirm, asking his mother to put him down, worried that her back might hurt. Just then, a cheerful man approaches them, clearly having awaited their arrival. He introduces himself as the PR director of the department store, and tells them that a waiting room has been prepared just for them, so they can relax before heading out to the event venue. Ryuk, still confused, quietly asks his mother if today's event is at a department store. She realizes she hadn't explained earlier and tells him that the event is taking place in a well-known large department store. They're entering through the staff section to get to the venue. As Ryuk processes this, his thoughts drift back to department stores known in this area during this period. But when he looks around and actually examines the place, he finds it alarmingly run down, cracked walls, sagging floors, the whole place looking structurally weak. A sinking feeling crashes over him. Something isn't right. Turning sharply to his mother, he demands the name of the department store. After thinking for a moment, she replies that it's the Even-Bit department store. The name hits Ryuk like a truck. The Even-Bit collapse had been infamous, an entire department store crumbling one summer day, claiming countless lives. And the most chilling part, the date of that disaster was today. Everyone here, including his mother, manager Kim, and himself, were in serious danger. Ryuk's mind spins into overdrive, trying to recall the specifics. Back then, he had been sent abroad on a study trip by his father, so he'd only heard about the incident from the news. What little he remembered was that the worst of the damage occurred in Building A, while Building B remained relatively safe. Still, the number of casualties had been massive. As he continues to spiral in thought, his mother notices how pale he's gone and gently asks if he's feeling sick. But Ryuk knows he can't afford to hesitate now. If his mom got hurt again, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. Without delay, he grabs her hand, urgently pulling her along, saying they need to leave immediately. She's confused, surprised by his sudden panic, but before she can react further, a familiar voice cuts through the tension. A man approaches them, asking if something's wrong. They turn to see it's the vice president, there to personally welcome the child actor. Even he notices Ryuk's distressed expression and asks again if everything is all right. But Ryuk sees his chance. He grabs onto the man's pant leg, insisting they need to cancel the event right now. The VP stares at Ryuk, baffled by the sudden outburst, his eyes growing colder. Ryuk realizes his approach is wrong. This man wasn't going to be swayed by a panicked child's words. This event had likely been months in planning, and canceling now was not something he'd entertain lightly. Meanwhile, Ryuk's mother and manager Kim exchange worried glances, unsure why the boy is acting so frantic. But then something clicks in Ryuk's mind. Building B had remained safe. He gathers himself and immediately pleads with the vice president to at least move the event to Building B instead. Realistically, the boy knew that he could not stop the collapse, so at the very least he wanted to minimize the damage. He kept telling the vice president again and again to change the event location, but the vice president was shocked by this behavior. Ryuk tried to persuade him, saying that the current venue was not safe, that somewhere larger would be much better, and that they needed to move to Building B if everyone was to be accommodated. Ryuk had no choice but to trust his memory of Building B being safe from the collapse. But before he could speak to the vice president any further, Ryuk's mob immediately grabbed him, confused about what was going on. The boy was still acting frantic, and the lady started apologizing for Ryuk's behavior, because even she didn't know why he was acting like this. But now the things Ryuk said had already planted a seed in the vice president's mind, as he started wondering what was going on. Suddenly, Secretary Wang came running towards the vice president, his face pale as he screamed that the event hall was having a big problem. The scene shifted inside the hall, where a lot of people were gathering. Even though the store manager was trying to calm them down, it wasn't working, and a stampede-like situation was unfolding. The secretary knew they had to maintain order for the event to continue, but it was spiraling out of control, and he realized it was a total mess. The department store manager kept bowing and apologizing, explaining that it had only been slightly crowded in the morning but had become unmanageable in the afternoon, likely because the report had been delayed. Hearing this, the vice president just smiled, knowing that it was obvious, because the department head had tried to handle it all by himself upon hearing the vice president was coming. But it had gone out of his hands. The news of Ryuk arriving with the Justice Idol group had brought in more than triple the expected number of guests. Even the boy realized that things were getting serious. They didn't even know when the collapse would start, and he knew he had to act fast somehow. This time, the vice president called out to Ryuk, asking him if this was what he meant when he said to change the venue. Ryuk turned around and saw the face of his past father, recognizing the opportunity and smiling as he said that yes, this was exactly what he meant. He explained that if they didn't act now, something terrible would definitely happen, and insisted they quickly move to Building B, hearing the child actor out. The vice president called out to Secretary Yang, asking if there was enough space in Building B to hold this many people. The secretary, familiar with the place, said that there was a dedicated cultural central hall. Hearing that, the vice president ordered him to relocate the guests to Building B. But the department head, who overheard, interrupted and said that the place was not ready yet. They had already mobilized their department store staff to maintain order, so it was best to proceed at Building A as originally planned. Ryuk disagreed and immediately jumped into the conversation, telling the store manager to hurry because he had to save everyone, along with the vice president, because no matter what, he was still Ryuk's past father. This time, the vice president finally understood, instructing Secretary Yang to move the venue to the cultural center of the other building. The store manager still resisted, saying the ventilation system in the second building was down and the air conditioning wasn't working. But the vice president told him it was better for people to be hot and stuffy than to risk a fatal crush accident, which could happen at any time. Some discomfort was better than death. Even as the store manager cried, Secretary Yang told him to just cooperate. Ryuk felt relieved that things were moving in the right direction. He knew that with this, his mom, dad, and the others would be safe. He started frantically looking around for a way to raise an emergency alarm. Spotting the fire alarm and its trigger nearby, he ran towards the switch and panel, knowing the alarm had to be triggered so that everyone could evacuate safely. But the path was blocked by boxes, clogging access to the fire alarm, a clear violation of fire safety codes. Ryuk kept trying to reach the switch, failing again and again. Just when he almost reached it, Ryuk's mother came from behind, grabbing him and scolding him for putting himself in danger. But Ryuk, panting and nearly screaming, told her that he needed to sound the alarm, otherwise things would go very badly and they needed to evacuate everyone immediately. But suddenly, Ryuk began feeling unwell. Things started to change for the worse. He was out of breath, dizzy, and then he collapsed right in his mother's arms. She screamed, realizing something was wrong. Crying, she asked for help because Ryuk was not waking up. The vice president immediately rushed over, and the mother explained that the boy had suddenly collapsed and his whole body felt like it was on fire. The man grabbed the boy into his lap, telling the secretary that they needed to get him to the hospital immediately, and it would be faster if he carried him himself. He told Secretary Yang to call an ambulance. Ryuk knew he still had to save them all, but he couldn't do anything anymore as his eyes slowly closed. The scene shifted to the hospital, where two men were carrying Ryuk in, clearly a pediatric emergency. Doctors were asking about the patient's condition, and a female doctor reported that even though Ryuk's vitals were stable, he had a high fever and convulsions. Meanwhile, Ryuk's mother was crying loudly, blaming herself and thinking that if only she had cared more for him, he would have been okay. Manager Kim tried to calm her down, worried about what would happen. The vice president asked one of the doctors if the hospital director was in, and even Dr. Varsha, recognizing the vice president, decided to contact the director immediately, knowing that if they acted quickly, something could be done. The scene shifted back to Ryuk's hospital bed. He was resting with an oxygen mask supplying clean air. Slowly but surely, Ryuk opened his eyes, realizing he was in the hospital. His mom was sleeping beside him, her eyes completely dried out from crying. Ryuk tried to wake her up, wondering what had happened and where he was. His mother woke up in shock, while on the TV coverage it was reported. At 7:00 p.m. last Friday, 1 out of 5 survivors has been rescued from the rubble of the Eventbit department store. And with hundreds of casualties already recorded, authorities say they will do everything possible to rescue more survivors. As the scene shifted, we saw that Ryuk's mother was crying once again, hugging the boy with all her might. This time, everyone had been gathered, along with the doctor and the manager. As the lady told Ryuk that she was really scared, the boy felt all right, but embarrassed at the same time, as he looked around the hospital room filled with gifts wishing him a speedy recovery, along with many portraits. Wondering what they were, Ryuk's dad was also crying along with his baby brother, explaining that it was all the support sent to Ryuk by his fans for his speedy recovery. When they heard that Ryuk had collapsed and hadn't woken up for 3 days, everyone was shocked. The boy couldn't believe that he had been asleep for 3 whole days, and the doctor explained that, thankfully, all the test results were completely clear and Ryuk was a perfectly healthy child. He had simply experienced sudden and excessive stress, which caused exhaustion and high fever symptoms. The doctor advised the manager to take better care of him so that he wouldn't be stressed in the future. Ryuk's father immediately thanked the doctor, and manager Kim felt relieved that there was nothing seriously wrong with Ryuk. Suddenly, all 3 family members were hugging him tightly, as his father told him not to collapse again and to stay healthy because nothing was more important than him. Ryuk was shocked as he saw his mom, dad, and Min all so worried for him. In his mind, he began apologizing for making them worry. As he hugged his mother, Ryuk strangely asked her what had happened and if anything unusual was going on. Though the mother was a bit skeptical, she decided to tell Ryuk that there had been an incident, a rather big one at that. We see a scene where a building had completely collapsed, and the news reported that at the Eventbit departmental store that fell last Monday, suspicions had been raised about shady construction practices. As Ryuk looked at the television, he was filled with dread, realizing that the incident he had feared, the great disaster, had finally occurred. The casualties had already climbed to over 300, and Ryuk could not change it, even though he had been desperate to prevent the coming catastrophe. There was nothing he could do, but he wondered if there was another way. After all, he had come from the future and should be able to do more than just let any incident happen. Ryuk's mind was once again under pressure, asking himself again and again if this was all he could do. Seeing him like that, his mother, saddened, decided to encourage him. She tapped him on the shoulder and told him that, although she didn't understand why Ryuk was so sad, it was thanks to him suggesting the event be moved to another day that many guests had been able to avoid the accident. Since Building B barely collapsed at all, even the vice president had told the parents that he was grateful to Ryuk for taking such action. Ryuk felt happy that his past self's father was also safe. His mother continued, explaining that both she and manager Kim had also avoided the accident thanks to him, and that she was really proud. It felt like a heavy weight was lifted off Ryuk's chest as he started crying heavily, realizing that even if he couldn't stop the disaster, he had helped change the future a little bit, and that was enough. This was all he could do. As Ryuk cried intensely, his mother quietly wondered why he was crying so much. Just then, the manager entered the room. Upon seeing that Ryuk was awake, she started tapping on her phone and made a call, introducing herself as Manager Kim. She told the person on the other end that Ryuk had woken up, and she was informing them as requested. She also thanked them for covering the VIP room and all hospital fees. As the call ended, we see that it was Secretary Yang on the other end, who then informed the vice president that Ryuk had finally regained consciousness. The vice president was startled and asked the secretary about the boy's condition. Yang explained that the test results showed no abnormalities and that he was very healthy. Hearing this, the vice president was pleased and told the secretary to release an article immediately, stating that the company would take full responsibility and lead recovery efforts for Ryuk and the other victims. As for Ryuk, the vice president thought they should buy him a fruit basket and instructed the secretary to visit him personally. He also told him to report any special updates immediately. The secretary agreed and left to handle everything. As he departed, the vice president found himself lost in thought, realizing that Ryuk was indeed a strange child. That day, not only he and the secretary, but also several executives were supposed to attend the event. The vice president dreaded the thought of what might have happened had he not listened to Ryuk's request and moved the event hall. Many executives, including himself, might have died. The department store guests and even Ryuk himself wouldn't have been safe. The whole company would have suffered astronomical losses and could have been shaken to its core. The vice president began to feel a strange closeness to Ryuk, as if he were his own child. The boy's intelligence was unbelievable for a 5-year-old, able to read and write correctly, and his actions defied explanation. The vice president, a genius himself, could understand at least that much, and decided he needed to investigate further, to figure out just what kind of child Ryuk was and what his connection to him truly meant. As the scene shifted, we arrived at a strange house with a dried-up tree in front, from which multiple strips of cloth hung. This was the house of a shaman, a rather old woman who was asking someone if he had secretly hired people to obtain the horoscope of another person's child. The person who brought it was none other than the vice president himself. He explained that Ryuk was a famous child on TV. The lady, unfamiliar with television, said that she didn't watch it and didn't need any prior information. Ignoring her response, the vice president told her to look at the compatibility between himself and the child, as well as the electronics company, because he was curious about the child's reading. We learned that this woman had always done company-related readings since the time of the vice president's father, the chairman, and continued to do so because of an old debt to him. Even now, for the vice president, she agreed to do it for old time's sake. As she began her reading, a strange aura started emanating from the shaman, and she asked the man if he truly wanted to know how he would get entangled with the child. As multiple sticks fell from her hands, she began to speak, saying it was very simple. The vice president was going to be devoured. Ryuk was a child who would give him very little and instead take everything away. The shaman told the vice president that whether in his past life or this one, he was destined to meet with Ryuk once, as rich families. And as they were both in a symbiotic relationship, they would both benefit, including the vice president. But in time, the child would grow and start flowing like water. It was fated that Ryuk would sail the seas and rule the world. The shaman was now serious, telling the vice president that Ryuk was going to take everything from him and then rise even further, stepping over the whole company proudly and soaring to even greater heights. This was now a really attached situation for the vice president, as he wondered what he should do. Then he wanted to ask about his own son, Tai, but the shaman was not even wasting any time on him, telling the man once again that his kid was nothing special and was just ordinary. She was sure that if he had an older brother, then he would be overshadowed, but he would never be able to live his own life. But luckily, as he is the firstborn, he would just live an uneventful life, and the shaman thought that it was enough. But then the shaman changed the topic once again, asking the vice president that if someone was fated to take everything from him, most would avoid them or keep distance. But it was a question about whether the vice president was going to do that or not. Hearing that, the man started smiling intently, telling the shaman that despite everyone else's belief, he was actually looking forward to it. He was curious about how Ryuk was going to take everything from him, because it would be interesting to watch everything unfold. The shaman was exactly expecting this kind of answer because the vice president was not a simple person, and he always kept his enemies close. This was the hallmark of a ruler who was destined to command a country. The shaman then explained to the man that whether he kept Ryuk close or crushed him early, the boy would still help him immensely. It was then that the man remembered everything and told the shaman that he had already had everyone, because Ryuk had saved him from dying in the department store incident, and it was completely on a whim. The shaman was shocked, not able to believe this. But the man also told her that afterwards, Ryuk had also kept asking to help the company search the ruins of the departmental store. As we get the flashback, we see that Ryuk was requesting the secretary that they should search for just one more week, or at least 2 weeks. And even after begging personally, the boy was going on. The vice president knew that they should do it because it could also help him assess everyone who truly helped him in the future. Just then, the man took out his phone from his pocket and started calling someone, which surprised even the shaman. He told the person on the other side that he had something important to discuss. As the scene shifts, we see that inside the apartment of Ryuk and his family, there was news going on that the whole company was continuing the rescue of survivors in the event of the departmental store ruins. It had already been 10 days, but still, contrary to expectations that no one could survive, they had just found the 13th survivor. Hearing that, the whole family was happy and shocked at the same time. Ryuk's mother was even crying as the announcer told them that the government had thanked the whole company for continuing the search. Ryuk's mother was happy that he had told them that they were both survivors. And looking at that, even the boy was happy because it was a real relief for him. In the past life, he knew that the rescue ended fast, so the 13th survivor was impounded. Ryuk recalled that the company received backlash over the short search. Finding that person now, once again, was too fortunate for everyone. Ryuk's mother was kinda nervous because, honestly, whenever Ryuk begged with the vice chairman that they should search for the survivors even more, and suddenly he agreed to pay 30 million by their side. In that moment, the mother was almost fainting. But looking at her son indirectly saving so many lives was really a good thing, and she was happy that their child was truly special. As the boy had also donated to help the victims, everyone was happy to be a part of such a good cause. Ryuk knew that even after discharge, both the parents kept worrying about him, wondering how the child felt and how he wanted to be treated. Looking at the happy faces of his parents, Ryuk was convinced to some extent, but he still felt down, thinking that they could save more lives, but they couldn't. Due to that, Ryuk spaced out most of the time, and the parents seemed to worry. But now it was time for Ryuk to return the favor, as he thought it was time to ease in and get ahead in life. The boy smiled contently while thanking his mom and dad for all they did. But the dad just smiled because their son was so mature that he even considered donating some money, which made the man proud. But suddenly, Ryuk smiled and told his mother that now he wanted to work. Hearing that, the mother was tense once again, telling him that he could rest, because at his age children should play more than work. But Ryuk did not listen at all, turning around and telling her that he wanted to work, and that was final. Ryuk's mother wondered about what they should do, and his dad thought that they should let the boy do whatever he wanted because it was not harmful. But inside Ryuk, there were many thoughts going on. He knew that he must work because soon something bad was going to happen. As the scene shifts, we come to the studio once again, where actress Lim was screaming that the exclusive model contract of the company would not be renewed. This was a shocker for her. Looking at her expression, the cameraman was suddenly shocked, calling out to the actress, and she realized that they were still filming. Apologizing to the cameraman and doing the pretty close cue in sign language, she signaled that they should talk after the shoot was finished. She smiled at the camera and told everyone to love the new product by the brand, which was clearly a capitalist smile. And after the cameraman announced that they were going to take a short break, both the actress and Ryuk got to the ladies' waiting room, where we see that the lady was shocked, wondering what it was about. She knew that the exclusive contract was ending soon, but she wondered why Ryuk was not going to renew, thinking that maybe it was Samjahyun who didn't want to continue. But when Ryuk told her that it was not true and he was doing it because it was just right, because becoming a celebrity was not his goal anyway. The child actor gig was just one of the few ways for a kid to earn money. And now, as they were safe, he was sure that he wanted to go down his path to build a great top-tier company without painting much. The actress realized that a businessman must do business, but she knew for sure that his decision was not childish and had a proper plan. Then the actress complimented the boy, telling him that he was doing what even adults couldn't. so he couldn't be counted as just a mere child. But deep inside, the actress was a smart planner, thinking that the wealth and fame of being the Samjahyun exclusive model was truly enormous, and Ryuk was just taking that out, which was not good at all. But she still kept her pace, telling Ryuk that he would do great at anything he chose. And the boy knew that it was obvious because he knew everything. But the actress wondered if the SKJS CEO Kim and the adults had approved the decision or not. When the boy gave a thumbs up to the lady, she realized that it was not a joke. But suddenly, the director called out to the actress, and as she wondered if their break time had already ended, some suited men came inside the vanity van. As the director fumbled and told both of them that someone was looking for Ryuk, it was none other than the vice chairman who appeared suddenly, as he had already been informed that the boy had no more schedule after this shoot. So the vice president wanted that Ryuk would have dinner with him. As the scene shifts, we see that the vice president is carrying Ryuk out of the studio. Ryuk, trying to understand what was going on, tells the man that he can walk by himself. But suddenly, the vice president starts acting happy and kind, almost like a good man, making Ryuk wonder why he was being like this. Ryuk found it suspicious, questioning why the vice president was acting so well today when he had never behaved like this before. He wondered if the vice president was trying to sweet-talk him into selling him off, giving the man a cautious, suspicious glare. But the vice president remained unmoved. Suddenly, an actress approached. The vice president told Ryuk that she would be going now. Ryuk was shocked to see that it was actress Lim. Lim looked at Ryuk and said it was nice to see him, even for a moment. But then the man quickly regained his composure and told the lady that he would trust her and hoped she would understand. Lim simply closed her eyes, telling the vice president that she already knew from the beginning that the relationship was never going to last long and was bound to end. And now, since the man was going to take over the company, it was only right for him to clear up anything that could become a rumor and harm the company's reputation. Ryuk remembered that even in his past life, Lim had disappeared from his father's side at some point. He recalled that it was around this time that they had ended their relationship. She had been clearing up all potential scandals to ensure a smooth transition for the man when he would take over Suhavi Company. Lim had nothing but a smile on her face as she said goodbye to Ryuk, promising to see him later. She turned away cleanly, without any lingering regrets. Ryuk wondered if this part of her was something really pure, but his thoughts were interrupted as he looked at his past father and realized that he was offering something, asking the boy if they should go now. Ryuk wondered whether Ryan was trying to track him at that moment. The scene shifts to a really luxurious hotel with multiple floors. As the vice president enters, Ryuk realizes this restaurant used to be his favorite Chinese restaurant back in Delhi. But just then, as the boy turns around, he sees his mom and dad also entering. The vice president tells them they should come inside because someone is waiting. Ryuk wonders who it could be and why the vice president had called both his mom and dad this time. Then he hears a strange but familiar voice, warm and full of authority, welcoming them inside the restaurant. At the table that had been booked in advance, we see that it was the chairman of Samjian Group, Ryuk's grandfather from his past life and the owner of the company. As the scene shifts, we see a lot of expensive yet delicious food on the table. The vice president tells the family to enjoy their meal. The old man says they must be hungry after coming from so far away, so they shouldn't be shy. But Ryuk and his family were feeling increasing tension, and their appetite was decreasing. They weren't able to eat properly. Ryuk even commented that it's hard for anyone to eat with the chairman of the company sitting right in front of them. Still, the black bean noodles in front of Ryuk were serious business to him, so he decided to eat them even if he might throw up later. The old man was actually surprised that the boy was eating so heartily. Ryuk, however, wondered what was going on. Why was the company's former chairman suddenly appearing in front of them? It was no small matter. This man had been born into a poor family but had built Samjian into a leading company. Even Ryuk's past father, the vice president, deferred to this man. Ryuk had always respected his grandfather above all others because he was truly a genius. But why had such a person suddenly appeared before him now? Ryuk's father wasn't able to eat, slamming his bowl onto the table. The old man asked him why he wasn't eating. But for Ryuk's father, though the food was delicious, something more important was on his mind: why they had all been called here. It was then that the old man began to speak. He told the family that since Ryuk had saved his son's life, along with the company's reputation, it was only right for him to express gratitude. Most importantly, the old man felt that he had to personally meet the child whom his son wanted to adopt as a guardian. Ryuk was shocked by this revelation. Ryuk's father was equally stunned, wondering what the chairman meant. It was the vice president who then spoke, asking if he could become Ryuk's guardian. He planned to provide Ryuk with all the education he desired until adulthood, whether private schooling domestically or studying abroad. If Ryuk wanted to join the company once he became an adult, the vice president was even willing to offer him special employment with no questions asked. Ryuk's father asked why they were going to such lengths. The vice president's answer was simple: Ryuk had saved his wife, and he had to repay the favor to the child. More importantly, this decision was based on Ryuk's value. He was a child of great potential, and the vice president was furious to know just how far Ryuk could go with proper attention. Since the vice president sincerely wanted to adopt him as a guardian, the old man had no objections. Everyone then turned to Ryuk as the old man asked if he wanted the father and son to become his guardians. Ryuk was silent for a moment, thinking it over. He knew the vice president didn't seem to have any hidden motives. This wasn't just about educational sponsorship, there had to be more. But considering his current situation, there was no reason for Ryuk to refuse. He smiled and agreed, thinking it was awesome. The old man started laughing at the boy's enthusiasm, telling him he was really bold. But he warned Ryuk that if he became his guardian, he wouldn't go easy on him. He would torment him endlessly so he could grow into a talent suitable for the company. Ryuk told the old man he didn't really care. As they were talking, Ryuk's father interrupted. But before he could say anything, the old man told the parents that he liked Ryuk very much. Since the boy was really smart, he would be a good addition. But suddenly Ryuk interrupted him, saying he had something to tell the old man. Ryuk then started yelling at his grandfather, telling him not to drink too much when he was under stress, and that he needed to rest. The old man was shocked by the concern, and we come to know that Ryuk had seen his grandfather in his past life. He was a terrible workaholic who couldn't stop working or drinking until the day he passed away. Ryuk knew that if his grandfather had just cut down on drinking and worked a little less, he might have lived longer. So this time, Ryuk wanted to save him, even if only for a little longer. The old man was baffled by this but began laughing heartily. Ryuk, however, was serious, telling him that health is wealth and it's the most important thing. As the conversation ended, the vice president told the parents they should think about it and let him know. After a lot of laughs, the old man suddenly began coughing and felt some uneasiness, grabbing his chest.